Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 12th, 2021 Planning Board meeting. As we always do, is please first stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States
of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And I'd like to take a moment to welcome our newest board member or alternate, Roxanne Visconti. Welcome very much. Glad you're aboard.
Happy to be here.
We look forward to all your input.
Welcome.
Okay, so the meeting is going to be a little bit odd tonight, where we're going to have a work session real quick with 2 items, go into the regular session and then go back into the work session. So if you could be patient with us, it really, at this point, it's all being televised, so I guess we could bounce around as much as we want. First, we have correspondence. Anybody care to mention on or have any comments on it? And issues?
Not for me.
Any other board members?
I think, we've received a couple pieces of correspondence that'll be part of the record in regard to this upcoming town board overlay. And, I think there's been a lot of confusion on the process and what gets done, and it gets out there in the press. So I just want the public to know that the board hears their concerns as these applications, like all applications, go through the process. They are under a substantial amount of scrutiny environmentally and certainly with other planning issues, traffic, safety. So nothing is a done deal. The lines of the overlay districts are not a done deal until the town board makes that decision. And it certainly is a whole different world out there now than it was when the master plan was put into effect over a decade ago. So I think it's important for the public to realize that and realize that the town is trying to respond to a number of concerns and economic, safety, health, and other issues, especially at this very sensitive time, which most of us have not lived through in our lifetimes. And it will be a process. It will go step by step. And I think it's important that everyone speaks their mind, but tries to understand the process itself. So it has been part of the correspondence we've received. And I think it's important for the public to know that we do look at everything and every comment carefully.
Well said. And just because we have a lot of new people on tonight, I do want to just go through some process and procedures. In the work session portion of the meeting, we do not take input from the public. That's basically between the board and the applicant. That's because we need a lot of this stuff on record. So if there's a public hearing or public informational, which we have a few of tonight, that is when you speak your mind, ask your questions. And in reference to that, especially with one of the applications tonight, we got a lot of written comments or emails about applications. So that becomes part of the record, but you're still more than able to read that into the record. All right, so move on. And if you do want to speak before I get in trouble with Robin, you could raise your hand. There's a little function on the Zoom app where when we ask if there's any comments from the public, you'll be able to either, yes, call in or raise your hand on the app. That being said, we'll move into John Kincard's favorite portion of the meeting, the minutes.
There you go. I reviewed the minutes and I found them to be stellar. There was just very few suggestions. I think that they were accurate, and I would like to compliment Nancy on her work.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other board members have any issues, comments, concerns?
No issues, Rich.
Okay. If there's no issues or concerns, do I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes of March 22nd, 2021?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a first by LaScala, a second by Kinkart. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we'll move into our first portion of the work session. First on the agenda is the Martinez subdivision, Lot 2. This is a request for a SWIP or stormwater pollution prevention permit. Location is 1767 Jacob Road. Contact is Westchester Modular Homes. Are they on?
I am.
Is that Mr. Pizzari?
Yep.
How are you, sir?
Okay. How are you?
Okay, so you're on.
Okay. Basically, I don't know how long you people have been on the board, but what you have, what we submitted, was the exact plan that was approved by the planning board back in 2005, September. The only thing that's slightly different is I shifted the house about 6 feet to the right.
Mr. Pizzari, not to cut you off, do you want to share your screen? Plans?
Okay. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can do that. Let me find my drawing. I'll be with you in a second. And go up here. Maybe. Okay, now let me get back to share screen. Sort of do it. There we go. Can everybody see this? Did I do it right, or did I blow out?
Oh, we're good.
You got it.
Okay, good. The plan that you see here is the plan that I developed. It's almost identical to the plan that was approved by the planning board back in 2005. The only I mean, there's nothing out of the ordinary in a
I don't
sense.
have my headphones in.
What was approved before is what I tried to
I don't
copy.
think it matters. Thanks.
Right. So I see we have Dan Ciarci, the acting town engineer, on. Dan, any issues or comments on the plan?
I mean, this was reviewed by the planning board and engineering at that time. So since it's essentially unchanged from the original subdivision application, we've really got no technical comments on this.
Okay, John Taggart?
Anthony, you mentioned that you're going to change the elevation of the home. Can you tell me what it's going to be?
It's on this plan. The first floor on the original plan was 482. and now it's 484. We picked it up 2 feet. The reason being is the original house, I believe, had a situation where when you pulled into the garage, you were like at mid-level in the house. You had a half a flight of stairs to climb up to the first floor. The present owner, Mr. Levy, prefers to have a full garage under. So we picked the first floor up a couple feet and got it to fit without really any extra disturbance whatsoever. It literally went straight up 2 feet. And that's why the elevation is different.
Okay, so you're going from 482 to 484, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any issues, John?
No, if it was in excess of 2 feet, then you'd have to have that in your resolution.
Okay.
Since it's within the 2 feet, I think you're fine.
Any comments from the board?
No regulatory changes, Dan, since 2005?
We should, the subdivision was done for the whole piece.
Right.
So we're, this is just for the one lot now.
Mm-hmm.
So we, the analysis was done for the full subdivision, the 2 lots. This is only the one. Tony, what's the disturbance on this alone?
I tell you the truth, whatever it was before, I don't know if I have the.
Yeah, well, it's an important trivia question, though.
Yeah, no, I know. I just want to see if I have it written down here someplace. Hold on. Let's see. I know I figured it out at one point, but I guess I didn't. I probably have it on a scrap of paper here someplace. Let me just see. Height, road frontage, everything, whatever it was before, even that didn't change. Whatever it was before is whatever it is now. I could do a rough zip around here if you want, and see if I can figure something out for you. Hold on one sec. Let me just get to the scale. Sorry, I keep bouncing in and out. There it is.
Okay. Is that detention facility for both lots? Is that what you're saying, Dan? For the common drive, et cetera?
Well, there was, yes, I believe the common drive was considered in sizing it.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to see like where the watershed begins. Because there's a whole bunch of different things going on there. The stone wall was part of what was going on as a sort of to protect and delineate the wetlands. So,
right.
Yeah, it's a difficult plan to understand, but it's actually the second lot is a flag lot. The history of this thing was the front lot's in an R40 zone, and the lot in the rear is in an R80 zone. But what we're doing is we applied the R80 setbacks to the front lot, where I've got the house, 75 feet back at least, when it really only needed to be about 50. But it's hard to see, but at the very top of the drawing, up in this area, there's another whole thing for the second lot that's behind us.
Oh, okay, good.
So that this was really developed for just this lot. And then there's they enhanced the wetlands, they created other stuff back here. I mean, there's a whole other thing that goes with this second lot. You could just sort of see it at the top of the drawing. There's another whole basin and treatment area on the top. That's for the second lot.
Good. This was the piece of land that had that old church building on it or something years and years ago, right?
I think there was a barn or something here at one point. Yes.
Yeah, so as long as we don't have to look at that second lot in terms of if this is relatively self-contained, then I have no issues with it. As long as the regulations stayed the same and the sizing is proper, I don't see any planning issues.
My one comment, it doesn't look like it based on the aerials, but has there been any kind of significant changes in the adjacent properties at all?
Not to my knowledge, no. There's nothing going on this side of it to the west let me see, wait a minute, north
The
is
east,
down.
right.
This is the east side.
Right.
I keep forgetting that. I drive this road a million times because I don't live that far away from here. Yeah, there's nothing going on here. I don't think any of this has been developed at all.
Right. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, the lot to the west has a modest home and a barn on it, and it's, you know, it's a sizable lot too. I think it's 2 acres, maybe more, maybe 4.
Dan, to answer your question, it looks like the limited disturbance is about roughly 6,200 square feet. It's
not
pretty much
6,200.
all of what you see here. Some of
We're off
it's
by a
on-
decimal point. It's not 6,200.
An
that
acre
could
and a
be.
half. Yeah.
That's very, that could be. Let me just make sure I punched in the right thing. Wait a minute. No, it's 40 scale. Sorry about that. 1,600 times 15.5. 24.8. It's roughly, say 25,000 to make it round figure.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
Yep.
What kind of tree cover is there, Anthony?
I think right now, most of this is open field. There's not much there. I mean, there was an existing conditions map. Let's see if I could find it here. There's some wetlands lines on here, but there's no trees. This was the old buildings that were there. But I don't see any trees. I know there's a few lots for me, as I go down the hill on the right-hand side, that there might be some trees like along the road, and then it's like a field behind it. And I think that's kind of what this is. On this existing conditions map that they had for the original subdivision, it doesn't indicate any trees on there. Which could be that they just didn't show them, but to the best of my knowledge.
It's pretty much grass.
Yeah.
As far as you can see from the street, anyway.
Yep.
All right, so when you move forward, you'll have to, if there are any trees, you'll have to mark them. If you're over the threshold, you'll have to come back for the permit.
Okay.
The threshold's 10 trees that are 8 inches in diameter at breast height or larger.
Okay.
So,
So we would go to you at the building department, or have to come back to planning board?
It comes back to the planning board, and I'm not in the building department, so I'm in the
okay.
I'm in the planning department, and very happy to be, by the way. But so we can check that out, together, just to make sure we're not running afoul of the new tree law, which wasn't in existence really when this was first approved. Other than that, I have no other issues besides that. Moving forward with.
Publish.
Bless you.
Any other board members? Any comments, concerns?
No.
Okay, so with the notes that John made, I see we have a resolution approving the stormwater pollution prevention permit. Has everybody had a chance to review that?
Yes.
Mr. Pizzari? Mr. Pizzari, have you had a chance to review that?
No, I never saw it. The resolution you're talking about, I did not see it.
Okay. So is there anything else? Not too much in there other than the approving of it. Okay, if no one's got any comments or concerns other than what John spelled out, do I have a motion to approve the resolution for the stormwater pollution prevention permit for the Martinez subdivision lot 2?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
First by Kinkart, second by Bach. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, sir.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to move next on to the Alectris subdivision. This is a zoning board referral. Location is 1075 East Main Street in Shrub Oak.
Thank you, everyone.
Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Good evening, everyone. Joel Greenberg, if you don't know who I am, representing Brian Gach, who's doing this particular subdivision. If you recall, a couple of months ago, we were before the board at that particular time and mistakenly thought that the zoning board decision of 1981 included the two lots that were actually subdivided. And I thank Robin for researching that. And there was a subdivision approved in 1980, also in 1981, December of 1981. So basically now we're left with let me share the screen, hold on. Okay, this is the property over here. Here's East Main Street. If you look to the right of the picture of the screen, you'll see the house that's over here. That's the two-family house that's existing and was renovated by Mr. Gach several years ago. We had gotten a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals to do that. Anyway, to make a long story short, the lot itself now contains approximately 72,000 square feet. And what we're proposing is we're asking the Zoning Board to eliminate the condition number 1, which says no further subdivision on this lot facing East Main Street shall be permitted. So what we're asking the Zoning Board is to eliminate that condition. And we're proposing over here 2 18,000 square foot lots, leaving approximately 32,000 square feet for the front lot, which contains the two-family house and the cottage. We did an analysis to try to justify what we're doing. The property, as you probably know, is in an R110 zone, R110 zone, requiring 20,000 square feet per lot. As you can see to the right of our subdivision map, we listed every lot along Frost Road, which is this particular property is at the corner of East Main Street and Frost Road, and also the lots behind to the east of our lot. And we did an analysis, and we discovered that all the lots, if you add them all up and divide them by the number, it comes out to approximately 13,000 square feet per lot. As you will recall, the previous owner had gotten approval from the zoning board to have approximately 14,000 square feet lots, which are these two lots over here. So what we're doing is we're asking that the back part of this property, which is this area over here, be allowed to have 18,000, which again is about 5,000 square feet larger than all of the lots, the average of all the lots on Frost Road. And of course, we're also asking that obviously the only way we can do that is to get the condition number 1 from the June 25th, 1981 decision and order from the zoning board. If you go along Frost Road, you'll see that it's a very nice, quiet neighborhood. Most of the houses were built, back in the 70s and 80s. Most of them are raised ranches. And what we'd like to do is to create 2 more lots over here, basically in the same vein. Obviously, we have town water. We have room in the back of each of the lots for a septic system. And we think the development of these 2 lots would be in keeping with the neighborhood. And as I said, they're at least probably at least 5,000 square feet larger than the average of all the lots. Most of the lots in this area are 13,000, 14,000, 12,000. And basically the 2 lots that we're creating will be 5,000 square feet larger. We'll still have the main part of the area, which has the two-family house and the cottage, will have over 30,000, approximately 32,000 square feet, which again is far in excess of the code. So we think that we're proposing something that is in keeping with the neighborhood, is actually larger than the average lot size of that neighborhood. And we would ask that the board give a positive recommendation to the zoning board, which we're meeting on, I believe it's the 22nd of April. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
I've got one real quick, Mr. Greenberg, if I could.
Yes.
The the existing structures,
Yes.
are they hooked onto septic or public?
No. I don't believe there's any public sewer in the area. Both these structures are on septic, which is over here between Frost Road and the main house. Septic, if you can see my arrow, this is where the existing septic is. Septic.
Okay.
There are two
And
septic.
if
There's
those-
one for the cottage and one for the main house.
Understood. And with the existing bedroom count, if those septics failed, would you have, if these lots were subdivided off, would you still have enough area with the current regulations to put new septics in?
The answer is yes, because of the fact that we have town water, so we don't have any wells to be concerned about as far as distance. As I said, the two septic systems for the main house and the cottage are over here. If for some reason everything failed, we have this area over here, which is probably 30 or 40% larger than the existing septic area. If we had to, let's say, for the worst case scenario, we had to replace both systems completely, we could certainly have this whole area, which, again, if you pass by there, is fairly flat and would be conducive to replacing those systems.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, do we have any detail on what the history of the original decision was that prohibited a further subdivision of the lot? Do we have any sense of what their reasoning was at the time? I know that the former building inspector is big on history. What is the history of the parcel? And you may be up against that, Joel, when you visit the zoning board. But
Well, we've already had our preliminary meeting with the zoning board. Of course, now's the public hearing. And I did make a presentation to the zoning board. Of course, the chairman asked me to do so, similar to what I'm discussing with you now. And of course, Bill Gregory was there. He didn't bring up that subject about history, but I do have, and I think, I'm pretty sure all the board members and the consultants have a copy of the June 25th, 1981 decision of the zoning board. And I'm just looking through it to see if there's anything with regard to reasons for this and reasons for that. But the interesting thing that it does says the requested relief. In other words, the minimum requirement back in the 80s was also 20,000 square feet. And it says here the requested relief, although resulting in a 25% reduction in area requirements, is nevertheless in harmony with the surrounding area, which is just the same argument that we're making to you and that we'll make to the zoning board. So that when the zoning board felt that because of the and most of the houses, actually the two houses that were built by the previous owner back in 1981, basically all the houses that you see there now on Forest Road were there. So I think this comment here that I just read is very telling and gives you some history as to why the zoning board felt that going from 20,000 down to 14,000 was in harmony with the surrounding area. And as I said, the lots we're asking for would be about 18,000. So we're somewhere in between the 14,000 and the 20,000 that well, closer to 20,000, obviously, the 20,000 that's required by the code. So we think we're keeping in harmony. And again, if you read the entire decision and order from the zoning board, I think that there doesn't seem to be any particular reason why they put that in the code there.
Right.
John, there is.
I'm curious. You know, I read it, and it appears that they were willing to grant relief with the caveat or with the condition that no further subdivision would occur. I mean, that seems to be their mindset from the way I read it. We'll provide relief. Well,
I read it a little differently. I mean, I think that the first comment or first paragraph I read is an important one. That what we're doing, I think the zoning board at that time, hopefully this time, will agree that we're being in harmony with the surrounding area. Number one. Number two, the front lot is still going to be over 32,000 square feet, which is quite a bit over the requirement. And again, we're keeping in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood. And I think these will be an asset. We did put on the drawing the picture of the house that Mr. Gok renovated. And as you can see, the quality of the work is excellent. And I believe that, and I know that if this is approved, that the quality of what would be built will be of the same quality that was done in the front house.
John, I just want to mention in our record, there is a letter from Bill Gregory dated June of 1981, which appears to be the origin of that restriction, in that he has reviewed this application back then. This was our building inspector, Bill Gregory. He noted that these new lots would be, in conformity with the neighborhood, but his recommendation at the end was that the variances be granted with the condition that we're now seeking to lift. So it appears to have originated with the building department or the building inspector at the time. I'm not sure. There's no reason stated. I don't know why it was put in there either, but it did start with the building inspector.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, he was the building inspector back in the 80s. And I will certainly look into it. And I thank you, Aaron, for getting that information. That would be certainly helpful. And we could certainly actually find out if there was any specific reasons that he felt that that condition should be put in. Of course, now it's the board, and he will actually be voting on whether or not to eliminate it as we've requested. But thank you for that, and we'll certainly follow up to see exactly if there's anything in the minutes that would indicate why he felt that condition was important.
I would be curious to see that because, as I've discussed in the past, I always try and look at, exactly what you've done. You've looked at the whole area and seen, what would conform site size-wise and even use-wise with the single-family homes, it being a single-family zone, which did go from the former, as I'm sure you're quite well aware, 10,000 square foot minimum to 20,000 square feet when they changed that section of the code. So any new lot created would have to be 20,000 square feet. What we've talked about in the past, in my tenure on the board, is what exactly are we doing in terms of, trying to adhere to the zoning. And I always look at, if it's a single family zone, how many dwelling units are there? So recently there was an application to have that front house be a two-family and with the existing cottage on the property. So that's 3 dwelling units on a property of 72,000 square feet and change. That certainly would conform to at least, the nature of the code or the spirit of the code in terms of a minimum of 20,000 square feet per dwelling unit. I mean, just, generically speaking. Adding another lot would increase that to 4 dwelling units on 72,000 square feet, which would be substandard for the current 20,000 required per dwelling unit, namely per single family home. So asking for 2 more would further reduce that. And maybe that's what Gregory had in mind when he was making his suggestions at the time. I don't know. I don't read minds. Perhaps we would consider a single additional lot, which would put it just under the 80,000 square foot requirement for 4 dwelling units. I will compliment Mr. Gach on his work again. I mean, the work that he did on that house in restoring it is incredible. And seeing further, evidence of his work in the neighborhood would be great for everybody, I think. I don't know how the rest of the board feels. Obviously, Joel, this is not our decision. The zoning board's asking if we have any issues with them considering changing it. So,
the other thing, John, I wanted to just point out in the record is a letter from Bob Colleen, who was the assessor at the time.
Right.
He actually went through all of the history of this lot when it was 17 acres in size and got whittled down over the years. He talked about rezonings done in 1961, which did the 4 lots to the south of the main piece of property, which are about just under 13,000 square foot each.
Mm-hmm.
But he also mentioned that there were lots of structures on the remaining lot at the time. And I was wondering, Joel, if you could, the number of structures that existed in 81, were they reduced over the years? Because that might be a reason why they didn't want to further subdivide. There was a lot of stuff going on the site at that time.
It was a huge block.
Actually, your point is very well taken, Aaron, because yes, the answer to your question is yes, there was, I think there was a pool there was a barn there, and I think a storage building, so there was at least a minimum of, in addition to the main house and the cottage, there were at least 2 more structures on the property. And your point's well taken. That could have been a reason that they didn't want to see that further subdivided. But to go to your point, John, I did a little quick calculation. So if you say, let's say we get the 2 lots and you have the cottage and the 2 family, that's a total of 4 units. That would actually come out to approximately 18,000 square feet per unit, let's say.
Five dwelling units, right?
Huh?
5
Yeah,
dwelling units.
18,000 square feet per dwelling unit, which is...
No, you're using 4.
Yeah.
There will be 5 dwelling units, a 2-family and a cottage.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It would come out to about 14,500 square feet.
Right.
Which is, again, is exactly what the zoning board gave the previous owner at that time, the 14,000 square foot lots. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, I totally get the math, but they gave him 14,000 square feet and a condition that it not be further subdivided. So, you know, I buy the calculations, but not the argument.
Are you suggesting we go with 1? What should be a recommendation?
I don't know. I'm just throwing it out to the board.
I think John Taggart wants to talk, guys.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of comments. I think one of the things that needs to be spoken of is the septic design and whether or not there's been any testing or if there's been any inquiries made with the health department. We haven't seen too many new septics going in on half-acre lots, much less than half-acre lots in a long time. Typically, we're seeing them in the neighborhood of around 1 acre, given the regulations. I'm not going to say much more about it. I'll let Dan speak to that. But I think the bigger point here is that the practice has been that if there is a subdivision, that it comes to the planning board. The planning board reviews and makes technical determinations about what is appropriate in terms of dividing the land, if at all. And at that point, it is then referred to the zoning board for a series of variances, whatever they need be. So I think this is backwards, which is why Robin and I, when this first came to us, why we did the research, because it seemed backwards, according to the way the practice has been. So I would suggest that the first comment to the zoning board be that there is a subdivision application and review that gets underway. And then once you do some legitimate amount of homework, then you can refer it back to the zoning board for whatever your recommendations are, which would be 1 lot. It could be 2 lots. It could be 2 lots at 20,000 square feet, depending on how you lay these things out. And the reason for this practice is that you can imagine simply that if there is a zoning variance that is given for 18,469 square feet, let's say, you determine that lot line is better moved to another spot, you're going back to the zoning board. And so it makes much more sense to get these things laid out in what is their final form that this board believes is approvable and appropriate, and then it gets referred to the zoning board. And that's my recommendation on this at this point.
I got to tell you, that makes a lot of sense.
Let me just say one thing, John, because we did some homework on a septic system. There is on file in the Westchester County Health Department the septic systems for the 2-family house and the cottage, and we did some very minimal testing just to take a look. And of course, since there's no wells, the area behind there can be used for septics. And the 18,000 square feet would be, based on a couple of perk tests that we did, It's a very sandy soil, so I understand your position, and maybe that's the route to go. But we did a little homework. We're not just doing this totally blinded, but I believe that those two 18,000 square foot lots will support a septic system, adequate septic system, meeting the standards of today.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Did you do the deep hole tests?
We haven't done the deep hole test, yes, because again, we at a point in time, if the zoning board doesn't eliminate that condition, we're up the creek.
Right.
I mean,
But I appreciate your comment, because that's a very good comment, and we did make sure that this wasn't clay soil that was going to have a 60-minute perk, which would probably take up the whole lot.
To just weigh in on this, I mean, we do know that like Shrub Oak does have a lot of sandy soils. That's probably the good news, but the bad news is that we're cutting off what is potentially expansion area for the existing house and the cottage. So the health department is going to look at this to make sure that existing configuration can be supported. Because I guess the question for them is not going to be how many dwelling units you have, but how many bedrooms there are on that particular property. The other issue is that what we're not showing, which will have to be addressed, is the stormwater. So that's not shown here, and you're going to have to meet the setbacks between the septic and the whatever stormwater practices you put in. So to John's point, the theoretical stuff that the zoning board may be looking at, maybe taking a back seat to just the physical development constraints that are on this property. So that I think that stuff probably ought to be figured out before any recommendation is made on this.
And that's a good point too, Dan, because from a planning perspective, if each of the two lots could only support a 1 or 2 bedroom house, because of the current, not only health department standards, but stormwater requirements, that would be, I think, substandard for this neighborhood, a 1 or a 2 bedroom house. And then we're creating or suggesting, recommending that they grant variances and ending up with something that looks more like a 2-family house and a cottage and a cottage and a cottage, which would not be adhering to the neighborhood. So
good
I
point.
think, I think that that's something that we should be sensitive to. And I think it's something that obviously would not be an issue or even a consideration if the lots proved out otherwise. And I think both what Dan and John said is probably the course to take. We've had applications where the subdivision application comes in and this and that, and we go through the whole thing. And in order for it to go forward, it would need a variance of some kind. And I see this very much like a variance. You're looking for a variance on the decision that was made way back when. In other words, the zoning board to change their mind. So that's probably the way that I would like to see it go as a board member. Prove that it all works, and then ask for the variance if you need it to go forward with the application.
Yeah, he'll still have to get the variance to remove the condition.
Correct. That's
but
what
we're in a kind of chicken and egg situation. So
right.
I think in order to give good intel back to the zoning board on it, you should probably, prove it out more in keeping with what you normally do when you're doing the subdivision.
I think that's the best course of action. I really do. So how will we address that in the memo to the zoning board?
Well, we can ask. Yeah, we can ask for additional time and that they hold it in adjournment until you get back to them.
Okay. Anybody have any objections to that?
No.
No.
So just so I understand, what you'd like to see is those 2 lots tested out to see if it's, like John says, maybe a 1 or 2 bedroom. I don't believe, based on the soil type that's there, I believe we can, but I can understand your point of view about proving it out before we decide if it's 1 lot or 2 lots. And
Okay.
just go discuss what Dan did, because I think the chairman already asked that question. We have the property, all that property to the east of the existing two-family house, which if for some reason the two septic systems there totally failed, two whole new systems could be put in. And I've already ordered the records. They have to go obviously to the archives, but records of the two existing septic systems, so we know exactly, how many feet of fields and what was designed at that particular time. But we're going to get that information.
All right. So I think your next course of action would be to meet with Dan and John and really start looking at the details of this.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I guess before we meet, I guess we should really find out what the situation is with the septics and how much room that's going to take up. And then, of course, as John mentioned, and Dan mentioned, we also have to then, based on that, then we see what room is left for the stormwater.
Okay.
And then I think we can meet with Dan and John and show them that either it works or it doesn't work.
Sounds like a plan.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, and take care. Enjoy.
All
Stay
right.
safe.
Take care.
Good night, Joe.
Good night.
Okay, now we're gonna, if I have a motion, we'll move into the regular session portion of the meeting.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it was first by Lascala, second by Bach. All is in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so now we are in the regular session. First on the agenda is the Hemlock Hills Farm Solar Farm. Location is 500 Croton Avenue in Cortland Manor. Hi, Margaret.
Hi, how's everyone?
Good
Great.
yourself?
Okay.
Good, except it's Monday, right?
End of the day.
End of a long day. If you recall, we had the plan at like 95%, and I had conversations with Dan Ciarcia about changing the stormwater mitigation trenches. I can, hold on, share my screen. We added a trench here through the middle, and I just had the trenches follow the contours, so there's one here at the bottom also. Actually may move this one up a little just to slow things down and give it a little more chance to run into the grass. But Dan and I came up with some calculations that we're comfortable with, and we believe that these are sized adequately and will help with slowing down any chance of concentrated flow of the stormwater. And actually came to light today, we're taking down one tree here, because it will shade gray.
What's that tree look like?
It's a big tree in the middle of nowhere all by itself. We can plant another tree.
Dan, have you, as Margaret has said, you have any issues with what's being proposed?
No, we think it's a big improvement from the last time. It addresses, there'll be some increase in runoff. And the other thing that I was concerned about was that because the orientation of the panels, that the runoff off the panels wasn't going to flow there wouldn't be an opportunity or the best opportunity for water to flow under the panels and percolate into the ground. So the trenches also provide, basically become a level spreader and then kind of force the runoff to be absorbed into the ground between the arrays. So I think this is a good solution to, in keeping with the policy for solar panels, but also, the rub on this one was the solar panels have the wrong orientation to get the best absorption into the ground. So this solution provides that.
Okay, thank you. John, anything else on your end?
I have nothing else, no.
Jim?
Nothing from me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments from members of the board?
Not here.
All right. Has everybody had a chance to take a look at the resolution in neg deck?
I did take a look at it today. I don't take any issues with any of the conditions.
Okay, Robin, did we declare lead?
No, you haven't.
Okay. So the first motion we have in front of us is to declare the planning board the lead agency for the project.
So
We have
moved.
a motion.
So moved.
Second.
First by Kinkart, second by La Scala. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Next, we have a neg deck in front of us. There are no objections. Do we have a motion?
Moved, so moved.
Second.
First by Bach, second by Garrigan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then we have for the next item, we have the resolution approving the site plan, special use permit, wetland permit, and stormwater pollution prevention plan for Hemlock Hill Solar Farm. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a second.
Second.
First by La Scala, second by Kinkard. All is in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, Margaret, thank you very much for working with us.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
The best for the project.
Now, I hope I get another project in Yorktown so I can come back before your board.
That'd be
Excellent.
great.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Okay, next, do I have a motion to open a public informational hearing for the Hansman Major Subdivision?
So
Its
moved.
location is 280 East Main Street in Jefferson Valley. I heard a motion
Yes.
by Kinkard. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Bach. All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You're on, Ralph.
Oh, hi, good evening. It's Ralph Mastromonaco representing Christine Hansman. We submitted a complete set of plans. I think we got the notifications down and including additional notifications. I was also responded to numerous comments. I sent that in today. I think some of the other comments that were maybe more substantial were answered by our attorneys regarding the reserve strip on the property. I will put I'll put up the put up this. Oops. Can you see that? Are you able to see that? I can't tell.
If it looks
No.
like no.
I couldn't hear yes or no.
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 No? Okay. It says I'm screen sharing.
Well, we see your
Sharing
screen, but
something.
it's a big block, blacked out part of your screen.
Okay. It might take a second. On my side, it says you are screen sharing.
No, something's off. You see the panels onto the right-hand side, but the middle is not.
Let me stop share and start again.
There you go.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank God. Okay. We have 11.4 acres, R80 zone. It's 3 lots that are proposed. Health Department preliminary work, excuse me, the Health Department preliminary work has all been done. And there are 3 good septic systems on the property. We are showing some stormwater, generalized stormwater basins. And in general, what we're doing really only is providing, our real construction work is really only to improve a portion of Osceola Road, and to construct a limited turnaround at the end of the road. I've been before your board a few times. I think everyone generally knows what we're doing here, so I won't go into it too deeply right now. We did locate every tree on the property, and if you can see this, these are the tabulation of every tree that was looked at. It's quite extensive analysis. In terms of the trees, we estimate that if this was fully built out, it would be about 348 trees maximum. But in that calculation, we counted for the clearing of trees over the septic expansion areas. Generally, we don't have to do that. The health department permits us only to clear the trees that are in the primary area. That would reduce the trees to a little over 200 trees for the 3 lots on the 11.4 acres. We haven't come up with a plan to mitigate that yet, but I think that is something that we can discuss. There were a number of comments about this easement that runs up from East Main into the property, and then it turns left into here. Then there's a big steep cliff here, if you can see that. This was never a way to actually access the property. I think it was more a way to obtain frontage, more than anything, legal frontage. Other than that, I think I've been through this a few times now. I'm open to answer questions. There were 2 documents submitted by our attorneys on the ownership of the road and on the reserve strip. And the reserve strip, to refresh everyone's memory, was a 10-foot area on the filed map in the 1920s. We will be extending the water main, and there would be some improvements on the existing part of Osceola Road in this area.
That it?
It's 3-lot subdivision, not much to say.
All right, so thank you, Ralph. We had the opportunity to go out there and do a site walk this weekend. Certainly learned a lot. But before we get too far into it, I want to ask our board attorney, Jim Glathar, to comment on his opinion on the access strips. So Jim, if you could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had the opportunity to delve into the access issue in considerable detail. And I've read everything that the applicant has submitted. I've read everything that the abutting property owners and nearby property owners have submitted, including what was submitted today. And I've done my own research, and I've come to the conclusion that this applicant does not have access rights onto Osceola Road. And I say that for the following reasons. First, there are 3 ways to create a public street. One is by condemnation, which we clearly don't have here, so I don't need to say any more about that. The second is by offer of dedication and acceptance of dedication. which is a highly technical process. It requires a formal offer of dedication by the owner of the land in the bed of the street, and it must be accepted formally by the municipality. And there's no record that either an offer was made or dedication was accepted by the municipality. The third way a public road can be created is by what they call user, which is public use of the road with maintenance by the municipality over a period of time. And the road here, Osceola Road, stops 10 feet short of Mrs. Hansman's property. And as a result, even if there was a public road by user, it's only the portion that has been used by the public that could be deemed to be a public road under the user doctrine. So that would not cover the 10-foot strip of land separating this property from the formally platted out version of Osceola Road. And in addition, not all of the road has been built or maintained by the town. So I don't believe there is any public access, or I don't believe that this applicant has any access to Osceola as a public road. And for the applicant's benefit, I also want to comment on some of the other submissions they have made. The case law that they have cited is not dispositive in this instance. The cases that they cited are significantly different from the situation we have here. And the case they rely on mostly was a case from many years ago named Warren v. Pertano. And in that case, there was a strip of land at the end of a subdivision. The municipality taxed that strip of land. The property owner didn't pay their taxes, and as a result, the municipality took the reserved strip that would have prevented the road from dead-ending at the property. That strip of land was taken by the municipality in an in rem proceeding. The municipality then allowed an abutting property owner to use that strip of land to provide access to their property. We don't have that here. To our knowledge, the town of Yorktown has never taxed this 10-foot strip and has never acquired it in an in rem proceeding. So we have a very different situation here. In all the cases I've seen, none of them have the fact pattern that we have here. And so the best I can do is rely on the case law that I've seen. The case law indicates that the only part of a street that can be a public road under the user doctrine is the road that is actually been traveled by the public and maintained by the municipality as a public street. A couple of other comments that I just want to make. In the submission today, the applicant's engineer states the right-of-way of Osceola Road permits public access since it is filed on a subdivision plat. That's technically not a correct legal statement. Plotting a road on a subdivision map is an offer of dedication to the municipality, which can be accepted at any time. And so there's no evidence that it has been accepted at this time. A final point I wish to make is something that was submitted in a memo from the applicant's attorney that there was no proof of ownership of this 1 foot strip. I do agree with them that they raised significant questions about the claim of ownership by one individual. However, they stated in their memo that there is no deed of ownership which is required for this land to be owned. And I don't agree with that as a correct statement of law. When a person dies, and whether they have a will or not, title to the property passes by operation of law. The deed is not a necessary requirement, and in fact, under Section 291 of the Real Property Law, a property owner may record it, but is not obligated to do so. So based upon all of this information that I've had, and I'm certainly open to looking at anything else the parties want to submit, I do not believe that there is legal access to Osceola Road from Mrs. Hansman's property. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jim.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
will we get that opinion in writing?
Yes.
Well, okay. Is it in writing now?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, obviously, our title company and our attorney have a completely different point of view. I think what we should do is hold any action until we can get the written report from Mr. Gladhar, and I would like our attorney to read that, and then I can advise the board on what steps we would take thereafter. If that's okay with the board.
Are you asking to hold the public informational open?
Yes.
John, how will we do that? Just keep it open?
Well,
are we under time limits?
It's a public informational hearing, so the intent here is to get this project in the minds of the public so they know about it and they can give you initial comments on it. So I happen to think that you should go through with it. There will be another public hearing at some point if this project moves forward, which will actually be the recorded set of comments, the legal set of comments under our statute and town law. So,
okay, so we
can go forward with it. I defer to Jim Blecker on it.
No, I would agree with John that we should go forward with the hearing tonight. And even if the board were to close the public hearing, that doesn't prohibit the applicant from coming back and revising their plans or submitting additional information and then requesting that the board hold a public hearing. There's nothing that prevents an applicant from changing or modifying their proposal at any time after the close of a public informational meeting or hearing.
Thank you both. All right, so, after the site walk, just on my end, and I'm looking at the March 1st letter from our fire board, I just, we walked the entire neighborhood, so we really got a feel for the roadway system. I got to think it's impossible. And I get there's houses up there, but they're existing. I think it's impossible to get a fire truck up to the area. Even when we pulled up to turn cars around was very difficult. And if there's a car parked, it's almost tough to even get by. So I think that really needs to get looked at. And we understand that the bus stops at the bottom of the hill, they won't even take buses up there because some of the turns, you just can't maneuver the turns to get to the area. I think once you got on the property itself, it leveled off, but the access to it was extremely steep. And it looked like there was a wall taken down that might have been part of another property. But those are just my two thoughts from the sidewalk. Any other board members have comments?
I have a lot of comments, but I'm questioning. I understand that we should take testimony and have questions tonight, but if there is an initial finding that there's no access, isn't that a fundamental requirement for proceeding with a subdivision application? That's one of the main things we want to look for, isn't it?
I would think so.
Jim? If I could add,
Go, please.
we have two different opinions. It's not, you have an opinion, but we have a completely different, our attorney has a completely different opinion. And I think that it's certainly worth the effort to see if our attorney can convince Mr. Gratahar that there actually is access. And I do also agree that it may make more sense to continue on to a public hearing, having this in abeyance here, waiting to get a result. But I think that you would technically have to have a public hearing before you could do anything with this application.
Well, again, as John Tegeter said, this is a public informational hearing. So and Yorktown is unique with this meeting. That is the public informational. The thought was to get the projects out there so that the area is familiar with it, or they have an idea of what's going on, so they're not, in essence, blindsided with the project at the level of public hearing. So I do agree with Aaron. I think, in my head, if you can't get access to a property, it's game over. But as Ralph, as you said, and with every attorney, I think if you had 3 attorneys in here, there might be 3 different opinions. But we rely on our professionals to guide us, and that is Mr. Gratahar. So we're going to hold with his opinion right now. That being said, I think everybody said to kind of get a first flush at this. So I think the first and foremost is that we appear to have an issue with access to the property, at least from these dead ends that lead up to it. And then I brought up, as I think we all saw out there, in agreement with the March 1st letter from the fire commissioners, that access to this site is with a fire truck is almost impossible. The buses aren't going up there. I understand back in the day, the post office didn't even go up there. They had people have post office boxes. So I think there's a lot of struggle to get to this site, even barring the easements that appear to be there. So past that, again, I'll reach out to the board. Aaron, I know you have a bunch of concerns. I don't know if you want to go next, and then we'll move on.
I just have a comment. If this project was ever approved, that cul-de-sac would be a great help to the people on the street. They just have to drive around the cul-de-sac and turn around. I mean, that's just a far-out thought, but if it's ever approved, that's going to be an asset, I think.
No, I think a cul-de-sac is an asset to any dead end. The problem, what I brought up was the ability for the fire personnel to get to the site, because there's one turn there. It was incredible. I mean, when we walked it, you saw it. It's impossible. I mean, it looked like a garage that was probably on the right-of-way line there, and that's I don't know how you get past that part of it either.
Ralph, can you put the screen back to show the whole plan?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, you see all the way down at the bottom, that green structure?
Yeah.
The corner of that structure is basically on the right-of-way. And a lot of the homes out there are older.
Yeah, you can see somebody else's garage or shed further to the west is also in the right-of-way.
Yeah, it's an old area.
A smaller structure, and some of that may get worked on if that is the case.
Yeah.
If that's in fact in the right-of-way, maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
And in fact, it looked like there was, at the end of the road, there was a wall that used to go across that was removed. Probably, I don't know if people were dumping or what was going on down there, but it's a very interesting area.
Removed by the applicant.
The wall?
Yeah. That's what
Ralph, they took that wall down?
The applicant took the wall down under the mistaken belief that they could get in there and start, accessing this with a driveway permit.
Right. Just to clarify that we were given a permit from the highway department to improve that strip of land.
And then the stop work order was issued, right?
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. All right, Aaron, you're on.
At this point, I would be repeating, I took all of the comments that came in from the members of the public and kind of grouped them together under some of the major issues. And I share those concerns, and I would like, those to be part of the record, but I don't want to preclude anyone from the public from speaking or asking these questions. I mean, I share the concerns about the reserve strip and the access. In light of what the town attorney told us, it's even more interesting because if the roadway that's not been used has never been dedicated to the town, then the adjoining landowners own out to the midpoint of that platted street, which makes the access even more difficult and beyond the issue of just the 10-foot strip. So that's one of the claims that have come up. One of the other questions, of course, is the issue of the construction in this area, which is just jumping off on what you said, Rich, about the narrowness of the access to the site during construction and how long that's going to take and where those vehicles are going to park. Very difficult situation over there. One of the questions had to do with whether the project stops midstream. What happens when that takes place? Improving the road. You've got houses, as you saw, buildings in the roadway or right next to it in terms of the right-of-way. So there isn't much leeway to do very much here. And then another major issue, if you go around the corner, you've got other intersections here which are uncontrolled and which are prone to near misses from time and again. And so you have all of those questions. And then people raised issues about drainage and runoff and erosion control, assuming this project gets off the ground for construction. But it's, and then we don't even have a mitigation plan for the trees yet. But I'm not sure we can get very much further with that. But those are a lot of my concerns as well. That I'm just echoing a lot of the things that came through from the public.
Yeah, and I agree with all that. I mean, to get a concrete truck or anything up in that area. I wonder how those other homes were built. They were probably back in the day when they mixed their own concrete.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the whole neighborhood was built in different stages, but the road system was, in the very beginning, was far different. The road went up right through the middle of the hill, and not off on the side like that. Then it was moved.
All right. Any other board members have any comments or concerns? John? All right.
Not beyond what I said before.
Okay. So we will then go out to the public. If anybody has something they want to speak to or a question they want to ask, as Robin's screen says, if you could please raise your hand and you'll have your opportunity to speak. See anything, Robin?
I don't know if you can hear me. This is Chris Wallace.
Hi, Mr. Wallace.
Hi, how are you?
Good, yourself?
I'm good. Just the one question I did have on the just comparing the original submission versus the revised submission with the three houses. If you look at the grade change map in the original versus the revised, the existing grade seems much different in the two plans. It seems like at the property line, where the property line starts in the revised plan, it's much less steep than in the original submission. And I'm a layman. I'm just looking at, from what I see at, comparing the two plans, it looks like it's vastly different. I don't know if that's true or not, but can you just maybe give comment to that?
Ralph, you want to speak to that?
The commenter was referring to the existing grade.
Right.
We do show proposed grades. They may be getting confused because we're showing proposed grades on top of the existing grades, but I'm pretty sure we didn't change the existing grades.
But if you look at, on the initial plans, if you look at the existing grade.
Here?
On the actual scale.
I think he's talking about the profiles.
On the profiles, right. If you look at them, there's got to be, at the property line in the initial plan, it's got to be probably a 14% grade. And it doesn't seem to be that steep in the revised plans.
They're two different.
I know they're different. They're not to the same scale, but they're pretty close. I think one's 1 to 40 and one's 1 to 50.
No, but they're two different
areas.
There are two different center lines.
Okay.
And they may have.
I'm looking at the property line. Is that the 0 + 00 PL?
Yes.
So I'm looking at that on both of them, and they, like I said, they seem much different.
I think when we do these profiles, sometimes the vertical scale is expanded. In this case, it's not. So we may have used an expanded vertical scale on the original submission.
Right.
But this is a natural scale. It's 1 to 1.
Okay.
So you would graphically see a difference, but numerically they would be the same grades.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult to get that picture in your mind when the the horizontal scale is different. It looks much steeper sometimes, but
we'll check it. We'll check it for accuracy, see if there's any errors, but I doubt it. But we'll check it.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else, Robin?
No one's letting me know. So if anyone else wants to talk, they can let us know. Start talking.
Hi, this is Lindsay Feller. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Hey, can you speak to, where the houses are located? Two questions. One, the septic tanks, it seems from how I can understand the map, are all the way back to the property lines. And can you explain what the reason is? And also there is a dotted line around indicating undisturbed area. Can you tell me how many feet that would be?
From my property.
Yeah.
Your Feller, this
yeah. Right. Yeah.
The septic area. Well, this is this green line is an area of intended disturbance.
Okay.
What's outside of that would remain woods.
Okay. So can you tell from this map how far from the disturbed area to the Feller property line is?
Looks like about
20 feet.
20 feet. Yeah.
20 feet.
Okay. And is that like normal to put the septic all the way back to other so close to other properties with all that acreage? And does that?
Well, the only reason for it is that when we do testing for septic, we try to get the best area. And that was the flattest and the good area.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so it's 20 feet out. Okay. And so that wouldn't really leave any trees because there's about 15 huge trees in that 20-foot area that are down from a storm.
Well, I could go here.
Yeah.
So there would be 2 trees here, but these trees would remain here. Mm-hmm. There are hardly any trees in this area.
Right. There used to be until the storm hit. Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. See anybody else, Robin? All right, so I think this meeting or this portion on this item has raised more questions than answers. So is there anything else from the board?
Not presently.
Okay, John?
Nothing from me at present.
Thanks, John. Jim?
Nothing else from me, Mr. Chairman.
Dan, you got anything to add?
No, I have nothing more on this one.
Okay, do I have a motion to close the public informational hearing?
So moved.
Second.
First by Kinkart, second by LaScala. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Rich,
Yes.
Christine would like to know when the applicant would clean up the end of the street, because it's been left how it was when the stop work order was in effect.
I can answer that. I talked to Christine today, and she has people either there today or coming out very shortly to do whatever cleanup is needed there.
Nice.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if you close the public informational hearing, are you going to set a public hearing?
Not at this time. Okay. I think we have to get you're looking for a formal letter from our attorney?
Yes.
So that your attorney could get it?
Yes.
I think until we get that answered, this is in a hold right now.
Okay. Can Mr. Gladahar give us any idea of when his report would be ready?
At this time, I'd say within the next week or so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if that's the case, we look forward to seeing the report, and then perhaps the attorneys can talk. I don't know, but one way or the other, it will be resolved.
Yep, that would be appropriate for them to speak at some point.
Okay.
Thank you, Ralph.
All right, thank you. Good night.
Have a good night. Okay, we're going to move on now. Next on the agenda is the Foothill Street Solar. This is also a public informational hearing and a special permit located at 3849 Foothill Street. Do I have a motion to open the public informational hearing?
So moved.
Second.
We got a first by Kinkart, a second by Garrigan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Shanahan, you're on.
Mr. Chairman, can the board hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. For the record, my name is Joe Shanahan. I am with Con Edison Clean Energy Businesses, which is the applicant in connection with this proposed project. Joining me this evening are our engineering consultants, Eric Redding and Webley Dabuzzi from Bergman Associates. As many of you are aware on the board, but because I see some new names and hear some new voices, I'd just like to give a little historical perspective to what brings us to what is really a 4-year culmination with this public hearing this evening. It was about 4 years ago that I sat down for lunch with the late Al Capolini and asked him for his assistance in exploring this particular proposed project at 3849 Foothill Street. The project is to be located on 34 acres of land, would utilize about 15 acres of that land for the development of a 1.87 megawatt solar farm. Mr. Capolini and I spent that year, 2017, going into 2018, meeting with town officials. In 19, we met with the planning board and the town board. We made a formal submittal to the town in March of 2019. And needless to say, the town was not in a position to act on that submittal, as in parallel course, the planning department, the town board, and the planning board were exploring the local solar law. So as that solar law unfolded, we continued to work informally in the town with certain of the neighbors and abutters to develop this particular project. And we think at this point, some 4 years later, we've got a very attractive plan with very little, if any, impact on the neighborhood and the community as a whole. We did take the time, and I know the board members are aware of this, but the public is not. At Mr. Tegater's suggestion, we looked historically at this site where the Lockwood family had previously explored residential subdivisions, both a 20-lot conventional subdivision and a 20-lot cluster subdivision. And we developed a package and submitted it to the board back on March 12th, basically comparing the impacts of this particular solar project in terms of land disturbance, visual impact, and other such items with what would be the case should the Lockwood family go forward with either of those two residential subdivisions. And I think the board will recall at the work session 3 weeks ago, there seemed to be a consensus from your engineers and Mr. Tegater's department that there has been no significant change in the regulations with regard to subdivisions. So those subdivisions, as proposed a number of years ago, might well come into being if they were resubmitted to the town in 2021. The Lockwoods, who have owned the site for generations, chose to pursue our project alternative, basically for the reason that it's better for their family. They felt it was less impactful to the neighborhood and had some benefits to the community that wouldn't otherwise be there. One of the main benefits is at the end of the life cycle of a solar project, it goes away and the Lockwoods would still own the property. It would be restored to its prior condition as much as possible. Obviously, in either of the subdivision alternatives, those 20 lots with houses on them would be sold and gone from the Lockwood family entirely. So those are the reasons we're here tonight. We have compared it with alternative uses. We think we have by far the less impactful proposed use here. And with that, I'd like to introduce Websley Boozy to run through this particular project. Websley, are you there, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm here. I will share my screen now, and I'll just give a brief overview of the project. Also talk about what we've done so far and the changes we've made, and also some of the engineering aspects of the project. So as Joe mentioned earlier, this project is located in the town of Yorktown on the west side of Foothill Street. This project is a 15-acre solar farm enclosed within 15 acres of chain link fence. The project will be accessed by a 20-foot wide road. This road will be built using the limited use pervious gravel, and that's a gravel that's been approved by the DEC as a pervious surface, hence not adding any additional imperviousness to the project site. And there are multiple environmental features on the project site, which includes the stream and also wetland. Both the stream and the wetland will have a 100-foot buffer as per code, and those buffers will not be disturbed. This project will have about 212 trees along the front yard of the project site, and that's been done in accordance with the town and the meetings we've had, basically to mitigate any visual impact off of Foothill Street, and also any visual impacts that the project might have on the properties that are on the abutting the south edge and the western edge of the project site will be mitigated by the natural buffer, which is there's a forest basically, and the project will not be disturbing any area in the south of the stream. And also on the west side, the property is also owned by Mr. Lockwood, and so that would provide additional visual mitigation to any properties on the west side and south side of the project. And when it comes to stormwater management, this project will be using 2 ponds, which will mitigate any impact that the loss in trees may have on the project site. And to be specific, the reduction from pre to post development will be 39% reduction in the 1-year storm, 18% reduction in the 10-year storm, and a 4% reduction in the 100-year storm. So when you look at it visually, environmentally, this project will not have any negative impact on the surrounding area. That is it. Any questions? Oh, one more thing, I'm sorry. And also we would like to ask the board to declare their intent to seek lead agency. And as well, because the project is abutting the county line, we also want to ask if a GML 239 referral needs to be referred to the county if the town hasn't done so already. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, just to supplement what Websley has indicated with regard to the visual impact, as he indicated, on the south and the southwest side of the stream and heading over towards the town of Cortland, that whole 15.7 acre tract of land will be left totally undisturbed. So in addition to Mr. Lockwood's parcel of land over the town line, that natural screening will prevent any type of visual impact from that direction. When you get back to the Putnam Valley Central School District school campus, I don't know whether the board as a whole or individually have had the opportunity to visit that locale, but that view shed presently has actually no visibility into the project site, and currently there are no leaves on the trees. We've had some photo simulations done from that angle also, showing what it would look like with leaves on the trees. And while you've got pretty much no visibility currently, when there are leaves on the trees, there'll be absolutely no visibility. That mitigation is enhanced by the fact of the topography to where the project would be located versus the school property. So again, there's no visual impact on that side either. Where the visual impact would be, if not treated, would be along Foothill Street. And we had initially had a 50-foot natural buffer there, and we enhanced it, or we thought it was enhancing it, with a stockade fence to propose screening. As I've indicated previously to the board, Mr. Tegeter wanted nothing to do with that stockade fence running for that linear footage along Foothill Street, strongly encouraged us to go to a dense natural screening buffer there. And we developed and have submitted a landscape plan that involves 212 plantings along the roadway to supplement the already existing 50-foot natural buffer. That 212-foot plantings, they average 6 feet at the time of planting. We're not proposing 2 or 3 foot shrubs that take 10 years to develop. I know Mr. LaScala is very concerned about that issue. So they'd be going in the ground at 6+ feet. We provided photo sims of what that will look like at installation, as well as 5 years in. At installation, if there is any visibility from Foothill Street, it will be negligible. At 5 years, it will be invisible from Foothill Street. That planting plan has a cost estimate of $160,000. We've submitted a full inventory of what that planting plan would include, along with the cost estimate. That will also be factored into our mitigation plan in connection with the tree removal. But that is how that landscape plan unfolded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody from the board have any questions?
I want to thank the applicant. He did a good job on it. It looks like a terrific job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaScala.
Anybody else from the board?
Yeah, Rich, just a couple of comments. I mean, we were out there this past weekend, and clearly this parcel at some point was a farm in its day. I mean, much of the tree growth on this property is relatively young compared to some of the other things that we've seen. What strikes me on the photo simulation, which I didn't realize even prior to the site visit, was the buffer between the school parking lot and the facility, for lack of a better term, the array. So, Joe, you're saying that because of the topography and because of that space where you're leaving the existing trees, you're leaving the existing growth that's there between the school parking lot and the array?
Yeah, there are minimal plantings on the school property, so they provide no screening at all, but there is a natural buffer from our property line into the fence. And with the topography and that tree line, it is very difficult. I've visited the site. I've submitted to the board photos of the site from the school. It's hard to see the site currently with no leaves on the trees from that parking lot. I mentioned at one point in a work session, I believe, that you might be able to see the tip of the project from the second floor windows of the school. But when I last visited the school property, I realized the windows I was talking about are actually the windows at the top of the gymnasium that are there for light. No one's going to be looking out those windows at the project from that location. So I would indicate to you that there is no adverse impact on the school. And quite honestly, without throwing stones, when you view our property from the school, you're not going to be able to see the project. But if you look at visual impact, when you look from our property to the school, you see 4 rows of vehicular parking. You see 3 tractor trailer sized storage facilities. You see 3 dumpsters and all of the snow removal equipment parked on that side of the property. So I'd respectfully suggest that our impact from a visual perspective is non-existent and certainly not any more detrimental to what anyone visiting the school property already sees when they get there.
Yeah, point well taken.
I have a couple of questions. The alternative is residential development if this doesn't take place. And the applicant has, in the past, Mr. Lockwood has been before the town for various residential subdivisions. And you mentioned one of 20 lots. Do you know why that did not go through? Was that not approved at some point? And was
actually, Mr. Block, there were 2 subdivisions, one a conventional and one a cluster. The conventional subdivision would have had 3 access roads. The cluster would have had 2, but they were both 20-lot subdivisions. Those were, and I think the proper term should be explored with the town and the planning board. I don't believe they were ever formally submitted and reviewed by either the planning department or the planning board. And again, they were explorations. Mr. Lockwood was reconsidering going forward with one of those residential plans when we met with him 5 years ago. As I alluded to, he was favorably impressed with the idea that he would not have to sell his property to us. We would lease it. He was equally pleased with the idea that at the end of the cycle, we would decommission and restore the site. And as you're aware, the town would require a surety to make sure that actually took place when the time came. He was also giving thought to the fact that he does like the idea of the renewable energy concept. So there were a number of reasons why he decided at this point, this is his preferred use for his family's property.
Do you know whether those earlier proposals spanned the waterway in the middle and covered both sides of the site, or was it just limited to the side that you're planning to develop with solar energy?
Well, before you go on to that, let me just interject. I just want to correct Mr. Shanahan on one thing. The subdivision was a formal application to the extent that the planning board determined that 20 lots was a appropriate density for under the subdivision regulations, and formally submitted it to the town board for clustering authorization, which the town board took up, did public hearing, and eventually approved the clustering authorization. The reason that it didn't go forward, I could only suspect. I would think it may have had something to do with the 2008 economic downturn. I don't know that for sure, but it did get a clustering authorization from the town board. That was a formal application both to this board, and there was a formal application for a clustering authorization to the town board.
A very important clarification, and thank you for that, Mr. Tegeter.
And I can take.
Was that solely did that span the waterway, or was that just the one side of the property?
The waterway was only crossed by, I don't want to say only, it was crossed by sewer lines. It was not crossed by a road or anything else.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to now address the issue of decommissioning when this is all over and done with. And you say that this property is going to be restored. To what state is it going to be restored? And is there any reason why a future subdivision could not take place on this property and be developed further?
Okay, those are 2 good questions, Mr. Block. First of all, with regard to decommissioning, obviously, if trees come down, they're not going to be put back at the current height. So with regard to restoration, you're basically clearing the site of all equipment, above ground and below ground. The area on which this project would be located, the above 15.5 acres, would, after installation, all be graded and seeded with a pollinator mix. So that area would pretty much all be grass and meadow anyway. So you'd be removing the equipment and basically upgrading that grass and meadow area. With regard to a restriction down the road, obviously, once the lease expired, once the project was decommissioned and gone, Mr. Lockwood would only be limited by what the current rules and regulations would be 25 years from now.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. Anything else from the board?
I said it last time, I'll say it again. As this project moves forward, I am much more comfortable with it and much more in favor of it in light of all the discussions we've had and taking a good look at the site, the maturity or lack thereof of the trees, and the fact that it is a non-permanent use of the property. I think the record will show that in the beginning I was not in favor of this location for this type of application. But I do feel differently at this point in time.
Yeah, I agree. After walking the property, I think this is a good use, and it'll get rid of all those mosquitoes that bit us up. I had to go for the car after they got after me. But going back to a meadow with nice grass and everything, 25 years from now, it's just going to look better than it is now. That's for sure.
And we see many applications where, projects want to intrude into buffer areas and all this other stuff, none of which is going to occur on this site with this application. So I compliment the applicant in that regard with respecting, that those setbacks and sensitivity to those areas. So,
Mr. Kingcott, you learn a lot when you spend 4 years in the town of Yorktown.
I'm sure you do. Stick around.
Anybody else from the board? John?
Nothing at this time.
Jim?
Nothing else from me.
Dan?
Nothing from me either.
Dan, I like calling on you. All right, so Robin, we'll reach out to the public at this time.
If anyone wants to speak, they can raise their hand.
I see Walt Daniel just appeared.
He did a thumbs up. That might have been his hand.
You want to speak, Walt?
Yeah, my name is Walt Daniels. I'm chair of the Open Space Committee. But also at the time of the original residential developments, I was on the Conservation Board and looked at the 2 20-acre proposals. If I remember right, the net conclusion of that was that perhaps they could get 13 in there, at least in the conventional development. I don't remember the details. Probably must be some Conservation Board memos from that time frame that spell out what their concerns were. I think that should be part of the record. As far as ACOS is concerned, we're always concerned with the potential for properties to be part of Yorktown's park system, and the stream through the Mohegan Outlet stream coming through at least the first couple hundred feet from the corner there at Lockwood and Foothill is a spectacular view along down through there, and Brayonega would be very suitable for a trail system coming down there. That would not be precluded by the solar development because they're staying well clear of that buffer. So that's possible an option. Still an option of allowing some recreational development through the time frame of the solar use. I don't know if that's possible or not with whatever arrangement you made.
I will say, sir, we're leasing the entire parcel of land, but I can't speak to that issue without conferring with Mr. Lockwood also. So I will explore that. I can't make you any commitments, but if it doesn't interfere in any way with our plan, Mr. Lockwood may very well go along with that.
Well, I see Vishnu's got his hand up.
Yes, can I just say something? Is there any electrical noise, in nearby school, if there interference, their communication or anything else?
No, well, I won't say no noise, sir. I addressed this. I sent each member of the board a response to the Putnam Valley School District resolution. And one of the issues they raised was noise coming from our system. I acknowledged in that package that both the inverters and the battery storage generate some slight noise. Inverters is very minimal. and the battery storage, the noise doesn't come from the storage. It just comes from in the hot weather, the air conditioning unit, which cools the storage system. But that is minimal, and you have to be very much in proximity to the inverters and or the battery storage to pick it up. So it's not something that would disturb anybody outside of the boundary line of this particular parcel. And as I pointed out, and it's almost ironic, when I went on the website for the school district, they have a couple of different links to their sustainability program. And coincidentally, they partnered with Con Edison Solutions to develop an environmental plan for their school district. And one of the things they've done under that plan is they've added solar panels to the roofs of every school in the district. So I'm presuming that they don't find that noise to be disturbing to the students or the people on the school property, because we'd be significantly far away, and they've actually got them on their roofs.
How about the magnetic field?
That subject has come up since solar industry began in earnest 7 or 8 years ago. It's been shown time and time again, and I can document it for you if you wish, sir, that there is no problem with magnetic field coming out of these particular projects, especially with the current technology.
But, the devices are extremely sensitive and very high frequency, so there has to be some kind of interference, I don't know. It's been not still in production and use of those devices, but they may come up in the future, the communications.
You're not going to find any current study that raises any concerns with regard to adverse impact from magnetic fields from these types of projects.
But, the high-speed communications, the 6G and 5G and like that, there may be some reflection of some radiation, I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure how this ties in any way to wireless telecommunications, which I hear you speaking about.
Councilman Patel, are you aware of any concerns at the IBM Center where they're installing the parking lot?
But they are so far away, higher up.
What? Far away from the building?
Yeah, no, not from the building. It's already shielded, I'm not sure, The shielding is a very critical function because some of the devices, things that are happening in IBM is very, very complex, extremely high sensitive, that include the vibrations, electrical, mechanical, wherever this is lithography, 0.1 degree Fahrenheit temperature in a system can change the dimension of the lithographic tools, So that's a different story at IBM, and it's far away.
I can't see how all this is a burden on the applicant.
No.
It's magnetic stuff. The applicant stands on its own. He doesn't have to go exploring every scientific, whatever. I don't see it as
this is the safety and well-being of the students, for anybody else, neighbors, something, I'm just asking the questions,
If I could jump in, Mr. Shannon, if I could. Councilman, thank you very much for the questions. We understand your science background and your concerns. I think, as Mr. Shanahan said, and I think that's been documented pretty much throughout the county and the Northeast at this point, solar is being, and all these green practices are being mandated all over the place. The governor is pushing, being self-sufficient at some point in the near future. On our end, we've seen solar at IBM. We just saw a farm earlier, BJ Shopping Center, with the houses right behind them. I think you make very good points, and your scientific background certainly is an asset to the town, sir, and we appreciate that. And we'll give the applicant the opportunity to answer that in writing. But I think at this point, we heard what you said, and we'll see if anybody else has any comments. So thank you, sir. I see Susan's lit up. Susan, do you want to speak? Can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
You're on.
Good evening. I am certainly a supporter of solar energy, so let me just make that clear from the start. But I do have a comment about the comparison that was made between the solar farm versus a 20-lot cluster or a 20-lot subdivision, and they were comparing the environmental impacts and with the understanding that the solar farm has significantly less of an environmental impact than the two residential subdivisions. And the statement was also made that if the board doesn't approve the solar farm, that Mr. Lockwood would go ahead with the two subdivisions. But given the site's history, I'm not sure that environmental comparison or decision that is predicated on that environmental comparison is really valid, because I'm not sure that you could have the 20-lot subdivision, either conventional or cluster. And let me have, there are three reasons. One, I think a lot more investigation has to be done into the record of that 2008 subdivision, the cluster one that was approved, but that never got built. My understanding, and I'm willing to stand corrected if the record shows that, is that it did not go forward because the County Board of Health would not approve the sewer line crossing the stream. And by our town code, a cluster subdivision has to be sewered. So that was my understanding why the cluster didn't get built. And I don't understand why, when that didn't get built, Mr. Lockwood didn't go ahead with the conventional subdivision. It was also said that since 2008, there has been no significant change in the town's subdivision regulations other than the tree law that would have affected the 20-lot subdivision. But nobody spoke about changes in the Westchester County Department of Health septic requirements. And earlier in the meeting, you talked about the half-acre issue on septic, dealing with the shrub oak position. So we don't even know if 20 houses could be built on septics because it's a half-acre zone, and there's been no indication as to what the soils are like and how many houses you could get. Could it be 19? Could it be 10? Could it be 5? We don't know. So what I'm saying is that your environmental comparison that says solar is better really is not a valid comparison, because you're not dealing with cluster and you don't even know what kind of conventional you could be. And that kind of gets back to the point that I think Aaron raised about the alternatives, which I think is something that you should look at, but it has to be based on reasonable and probable alternatives. And Mr. Gladhair said, again, at the last meeting, that while you're not doing an EIS, which would require looking at the alternatives, it is at the board's discretion to require looking at alternatives in this case where you're not doing EIS. I'd also just like to say a few words about the visual impact, which has been a major concern. And I saw the renderings and they just look lovely. But I ask you to think about whether Mother Nature is there a difference between what a computer-generated simulation can produce, which looks lovely, and what happens with Mother Nature. And you can't be guaranteed that same 5-year growth will be there, and there will be some visibility, especially from Foothill Street. Another issue that I don't know if it's been addressed, and I don't know if you've received anything from the Conservation Board, and that's the concern for the wetlands in the area. Now, I know that the plan stays out of the wetlands and stays out of the wetlands buffer, but my question is, has an environmental expert been looked at the plan and said, what is the impact of cutting down? I don't know how many trees are going to be cut down. And once those trees are cut down, and it changes the whole groundwater situation, it changes the sheet flow situation, your use of the detention basins, everything changes what may eventually go into the wetland. And has anybody looked at the impact on the wetland? And we may need a consultant to look at this. I know the town board has been talking about hiring an environmental consultant for at least 2 years, and it hasn't. But I think this is an issue that really begs for that kind of expertise, which gets to the final point, and that's a habitat. Okay, you're changing from a forest to a grass meadow. That's understood. Does that change the wildlife that is currently not habitating, can't think of the right word, but living and using that environment? Okay. It may not be the same. And so you might be affecting the current wildlife there, maybe substituting for something else. And I don't see anything in the record that has looked at that environmental impact. And again, this raises the question of having an environmental expert look at that. And there's nobody on staff who has that expertise. And one final question, the comment was made about it's obvious that Mr. Lockwood prefers the solar plan because he's leasing it. He's getting revenue while he's leasing it, and then he can still have it 35 years from now, whether he or his heirs can have it. I don't think that's a relevant issue for the planning board to decide. And certainly the area after 35 years can never be restored to what it is right now. It will just forever and forever be changed. So those are just my comments, and I hope you will consider that. And again, mostly they are environmental concerns, and doing a reasonable and realistic comparison of how many houses could be built versus in what is clearly a residential neighborhood versus the solar farm. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I see Jay Kopstein popped up. How are you, Jay? Do you want to speak?
Yeah, please, sir, and good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing well, sir, and you?
Good to see you.
Hope you got your shots.
Yes, sir.
Good. We've been looking at this project for a long time. And I'm going to drop the personalities out because we had some personality issues early on. Whether or not there is a lease or a change in ownership is not relevant to this discussion. Whether Mr. Lockwood continues to own or lease, or the solar company wants to purchase the property, it's none of our business. First. Secondly, the talk about what could have been 13 years ago is also not fully relevant today. Yes, certain things have changed. We're pushing solar. Solar is not particularly noisy. If you go around the country and you look at solar farms far larger than this farm is going to be, you hear nothing beyond the boundary line. And if it's done right, you hear nothing at the boundary line because there's usually a buffer between the fencing and the panels that may be due to the fact that the fencing can also be ground. So I don't think we should beat this thing to death and put the owner, Mr. Lockwood and Mr. Shanahan, through anything else. We've done that. It's time to move the question. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Thanks, Jay. Anybody else out there?
I'm going to have to agree exactly what Jay said. We're looking at the project as it is. We're not looking at anything past or forward or whatever we want to do. Let's vote on this project.
Anybody else? See anybody, Rob?
I'm a member of the public. How do I get to? I typed in a question.
Yes, Mr. Foley, you're on. It's all you.
I could just ask it. I'm a nearby resident on the Lockwood Road side. This is the first I've seen the plans, but we've heard about, the solar farm. I just wanted to first make sure, and this has been very good presentation, and obviously it's less impactful, as Mr. Shanahan has said, than subdivisions on that property. We sent the town of Cortland. I got a copy of a letter they sent on March 13th as interested party with some questions. And I appreciate, I'm sure those will be answered. One of them would involve the Lockwood roadside, which I understand now from this presentation may be hardly, if any, visual impact on the upper Lockwood Road part of this. I want the board to know, put on the record that letter. Also, a question on, from what I'm looking at the plans, it appears that any construction route, construction traffic, removal of any trees and or bringing the solar arrays in on trucks, that would probably all come from down by the Peekskill Hollow roadside of the site, I assume, as opposed to coming to Foothill, Strawberry Foothill, and coming down or up through Lockwood, which are not good roads for trucks. So I'm assuming by looking at one of the renderings, the access road and staging area appears to be down by Peekskill Hollow Road near the school property, I would hope. Looks like there's not as many trees as I first thought. I'm not sure of the total number. Did someone say 112 only?
No, sir, that's 212 new plantings.
Oh, new. To replace or reforest any trees that are removed?
In part.
Okay. And noise, someone brought up noise. I've visited solar farms, and there hardly is any noise from the generators. Environmentally, I've lived here 50 years. I know Mr. Lockwood, I know his property, although I haven't walked through it in years. Further down, west of this, with the Mohegan outlet there and then the protected Hollow Brook below, you don't anticipate any migration or any pollutants migrating down that water course into the Hollow Brook itself below that? I would hope not, from an environmental standpoint. Biodiversity, someone mentioned. I know in our town we do biodiversity studies, and being that that's quite a wildlife corridor. Lived there 50 years, I've witnessed, as Mr. Lockwood has, obviously, he and his family before young Bill Lockwood, all kinds of wildlife, not only mammals and so forth, but amphibians. So I would hope that that would be protected. But otherwise, it looks like, from what I could observe tonight, getting more information, it looks like a better alternative than a subdivision. And I wouldn't generate any traffic, correct? It would just be construction and maintenance going in and out of the service road, as opposed to a subdivision with all kinds of houses and cars. And so basically, I would hope that the town, John, would keep in contact, or I will let our town know. There is another solar farm that our town is entertaining currently the past year and a half. Within a mile of this, up at Mill Court and Red Mill Road, there's an approved subdivision that hasn't been built, and now that owner has come in for a 3 megawatt solar farm, production farm. And I don't know whether that, from a cumulative impact standpoint, should be looked at, looking at both of them within a mile of each other or less than a mile. And other than that, I typed in, I think I've covered the questions I have. I want to thank you. I think it was a very good presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Anybody else? See anybody, Robin?
No.
Okay. John, missing anything?
Not that I can tell, no.
Jim?
Nothing from me.
Dan? He's gone.
I'm back. Just call me Bueller.
Right then, do I have a motion to close the public informational hearing?
Motion.
Second.
First by La Scala, second by King Card. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Shanahan, thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Just one more thing. We also asked that the town declare their intent to seek lead agency if possible at this meeting.
Yep, we've done that already.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and
how easy that was, Websley.
And the other thing, this is Eric Redding with Bergman. Do we have to set a public hearing for the next meeting since the informational meeting's closed?
Look to Robin.
Yeah, I think it's slightly premature. I think there's some details to drill down on, and then open up a public hearing after we are all more fully understanding what those impacts are and what those things are. So,
great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys. Okay. Next and last in the regular session, we have Taco Bell, Mohegan Lake. This is a public hearing, amended site plan and special use permit, and for outdoor seating. Location is 3571 Mohegan Avenue. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
So we had King Card first, La Scala second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Dumont, you're on.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I hope everybody is doing well.
Hi, Paul.
For the record, Paul Dumont with JMC, here tonight on behalf of Keystone Mohegan Lake, LLC, the applicant. Also with me tonight is Raghav Patel of Keystone Mohegan Lake. He is also the Taco Bell franchisee. So before you tonight, I'd like to just start by going over the history of the project and a brief overview of the project. The site is located at 3571 Mohegan Avenue. It's right at the intersection of Mohegan Avenue and Route 6 in Mohegan Lake. The site is a little under an acre and is located in the C2 commercial district. I have an aerial in front of everybody. The north is at the bottom of the page. You'll see here Lake Mohegan, Mohegan Avenue. This building is the Learning Experience building. This building is the Credit Union building, and the site where my cursor is the Audi dealership. So I'll just start by giving some background and some history of the project. Our office was first involved on this property in about 2006 or so. The property owner originally was before the town for the original subdivision and site plan approvals on the property. Ultimately, a 4-lot subdivision was approved and site plans were approved for each lot for a 10,000 square foot daycare facility, 4,000 square foot credit union building, and a 4,000 square foot bank building with 2 drive-through lanes on the property that we are currently discussing. And there was also a 4th lot, which was ultimately given to the town for conservation. So those approvals were granted in 2008. At that time, commitments were in place for the daycare facility and for the credit union building, but not for the bank. Construction was completed in about 2009. All the daycare facility and the credit union sites were completely built out. The bank site, all of the parking and the access drives were built. All the utilities were installed, including the stormwater management facilities. However, the building was not built and it was left as a pad as there was no user at that time. Also, during the initial approval, or for the initial approval, there was significant roadway improvements that were constructed and traffic studies that were performed, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So since the initial construction on the property, this third lot, or lot number 1 as shown on this map, has remained undeveloped, primarily because the property owner was having trouble finding a user, given the uses that were permitted in the office zoning that the property was formerly zoned under. In 2018, the property owner petitioned the town board for a rezoning of this parcel to the C2 zone to permit additional uses such as retail or fast food uses, and that rezoning was granted. At that time, our office did present to the town board the plan that you see before you, which shows a fast food restaurant on the property. In addition, we also prepared an updated traffic study to analyze the effects of the rezoning and the different uses that would be permitted in the C2 zone as compared to the office zone. And again, I will go into further detail on traffic in a few moments. So the current proposal that's before you is for a 2,000 to about 2,100 square foot Taco Bell fast food restaurant on the property. The applicant's proposing the restaurant with associated site improvements, drive-through lane, bypass lane, parking, site lighting, site landscaping, etc. And the applicant is also proposing to reuse the stormwater management facilities that were installed as part of the previous approved site plan and what was installed in 2009. The applicant has originally made their application to your board in August of last year and has spent the last 8 months working with your board, the Conservation Board, the ABACA, as well as the engineering department to address various comments and concerns and refine the application. So with that said, I understand tonight's a public hearing, and I also understand that there are some residents that have concerns regarding traffic, so I'd like to just talk about that up front with the board's permission.
By all means, thank you.
So as I said, the original subdivision and site plan approval application in 2007, 2008 involved a significant traffic engineering study in order to obtain approval for that project. At that time, our firm evaluated the traffic in the area and the impacts of the project. And what we found was that, the existing roadways were strained. And we worked diligently along with the property owner, Celestial. We worked extensively with the DOT to design improvements to mitigate the impacts of the project. Significant off-site improvements were constructed as part of that original project. Mohegan Avenue was widened along the site's entire frontage. With Mohegan Avenue, the intersection of Mohegan Avenue and Lakeland Street was aligned. It was previously offset, and that was something that was a big benefit for the DOT, and it was something that was actually studied as part of the town's traffic planning study that was done around that time. A dedicated right-hand turn lane was added on Mohegan Avenue with a channelized island, which was able to be done as part of the widening. In addition, the traffic signal was rebuilt with all new timing, and there was a sidewalk that was constructed along Mohegan Avenue as well. In 2018, when the property owner approached us for the rezoning and petitioned the town board, what we did was we did a fresh traffic study with all new counts, all new data, again, to analyze the effects of the uses that would be permitted under the commercial districts, being retail and fast food uses. And that was submitted to the town board in 2018. The study analyzed the peak hours given those uses and compared them to the approved bank use. And what we found was that the intersections that were studied, given all the improvements that were previously constructed for the project, again, significant improvements, all of the intersections that were analyzed operated at the same or similar levels of service as they would given the approved bank use. The study also analyzed the trip generation rates and primary volumes associated with those uses and found that they were generally similar. And again, found that given a retail user or a fast food user, the intersections that we studied would operate at similar levels of service given all the improvements that were constructed by the property owner in 2008, 2009. So with that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have and obviously any residents.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Okay. John, anything on your end?
Not at this time.
Jim?
No comments right now.
Dan?
We're good. No comments at this time.
Okay, so we'll open it up to the public. I did see one message from, I believe it's Amanda Puff. Are you there, Miss Puff?
Hi, yeah, sorry. I have a toddler that won't go to sleep. So me and my husband, he's also here. Shh, Penny, please. We're both parents of children that attend the learning experience, which I understand is going to be sharing a parking lot with the proposed Taco Bell. So, I mean, we definitely have some concerns, just the kind of clientele that Taco Bell generally attracts is young teenagers that don't necessarily drive as well as seasoned adults, teenagers that aren't going to necessarily be looking out for children that are darting out of daycare into the parking lot, which happens on a daily basis. I mean, my children have been the children that dart out into the parking lot, where the parents that are picking up children at TLE, we're all aware and we know to look for children that are darting. I don't expect 16-year-olds that just got their license 6 months ago to be watching for my children. Also, not to, like say that Taco Bell attracts drug users, but a marijuana law was just passed, and Taco Bell is one of those things that doesn't attract the most upstanding citizens. That being said, also, we pick our children up around dinner time. Dinner time is going to be one of the larger times that Taco Bell is going to be busy. So is Taco Bell going to pay like the overtime fees I now have to pay because I have traffic getting into daycare because the drive-thru is backed up or the parking lot is full? I just don't feel that putting a Taco Bell next to a place where you have lots of young children is the smartest move on the town's part or even Taco Bell's part. I just need to know, like, how is Yorktown and how is Taco Bell going to ensure my child's safety moving forward if this project comes into existence?
Okay, thank you. I would like to mention that if you have a comment that's already been talked about, like I know we're going to hear a lot about traffic.
But I'm not talking about the traffic on Route 6. I'm talking about the traffic in the actual parking lot.
Ms. Pop, I'm talking about everybody else that's going to speak after you. So, and if you could please mute yourselves after you speak so that it doesn't, sometimes everybody speaking will block things up. So for instance, if someone talks about traffic on Route 6 or how it's going to back up, and we dealt with this with other applications. We understand the question. You could agree with the question, but a question's already been asked. So we don't need to hear, 15 people talk about traffic. Once we get the question, it's going to get answered, and we're going to make sure that Mr. Dumont and JMC answers those questions. So we've heard from Mrs. Puff. I saw some other hands. I think I see Jacqueline Carrera.
Yes, hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you? So
Good, thanks.
I'm a resident of Mohegan Lake. I live less than a mile away, and I drive on this road all the time. So I completely relate to everything that Amanda said. There's a lot of questions that I had. The other thing is because I live driving like a stone's throw from here, I am on Mohegan Avenue all the time. I go running, I take my kids. There are a lot of new young families that are moving into our area, which is awesome. But because of all the traffic that happens, Mohegan Avenue gets a lot of cut-through traffic. Because the thing with Yorktown is gigantic. Unless you live in our area, you don't realize like how bad the traffic really is. And I know you don't want like the whole traffic thing, but the whole point is to talk about the cut-throughs and how dangerous it is making our neighborhood. Because we actually have one family that lives on Mohegan Avenue.
I'm watching the Zoom meeting, but I don't have to pay attention
Someone
right now.
Mute, Susan. Mrs. Guerrero, I don't mean not that you can't speak to traffic. It's if you speak about it at length, then let's say I see Mr. Brayon, then he starts talking about traffic. It just becomes redundant. So please go ahead and you need
I won't talk about traffic, I promise.
Okay, good to see you. So Jacqueline, you have at it because you're the first one to discuss.
So anyhow, on Mohegan Avenue, it gets the cut-through traffic is insane because basically what happens is traffic gets backed up on 6, going all the way from St. George all the way to Cortland Town Center. So people know to use Mohegan Lake as a cut-through, and it's really scary. There's one family that has a family of 4 on Mohegan Avenue, and they purposely park their car on Mohegan Avenue, even though there are 2 speed bumps there, because it forces the cars to slow down. Like I've had cars flying past me with the kids in the stroller when I'm running, and then our roads are very old and they're very potholed. I don't know if a lot of you have been on it, but when you are going around Mohegan Avenue and you're starting to go up the hill, it's like right when you come around the lake, it would be parallel to Taco Bell probably at that point. The roads are so narrow, the cars go in the middle of the lane. And the amount of times I've almost gotten teed because people are just flying. So I'm really concerned that you're putting the Taco Bell there. You're only having one entrance and exit that is being shared with a school. And it's just, the traffic's just going to get 10 times worse. And on top of it, did the traffic study take the fire department into account? Because when the fire department has to come out, it's even worse. It's horrible. Like, it gets really scary. The other thing that I wanted to mention in relation to, like, I personally think that Taco Bell does cater to a certain clientele that we don't want in the area.
Well, I gotta say this. I'm sorry.
I have a very valid
you really
point.
Can't. That's disparaging to people. That's not what the town of Yorktown's about, and certainly not this board.
But no, my concern is we would like to see hours being limited so that it is not, they're not allowed to say if Taco Bell gets pushed through, it shouldn't can the hours be limited so it's not allowed to be open after 9 o'clock? Because I went online and you know how you could Google search and whatever, and you start typing in words and it'll make suggestion. So I started typing in Taco Bell and I want to see if there's anything in relation to drunk driving. The first suggestion was Taco Bell drunk memes, because that's just how popular it is with drunk drivers. It's like there's 5 million memes out there that are a joke about driving to Taco Bell when you're drunk. And then the second one that was really popular was Taco Bell drunk menu items. So, and then the first thing you could click on was a search of how satisfactory an item is when you're drunk. So what I would like to see is a limit on how late they could be open. Like a Taco Bell in that area shouldn't be open at 2 a.m. And finally, the other thing I wanted to mention was it seems like there are better locations for a Taco Bell than that location for any fast food restaurant. There is, there's the empty space in the CVS and like that giant CVS complex. There's an empty building in there. It would be better there because there would be more entrances. Or even make more sense, though I'm not a fan of it being near the high school, going in the Acme shopping complex right next to Lakeland High School. It's tons of empty space there. It just doesn't seem to make sense on that corner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Stacy Williams Kerr, I believe.
Hi. Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
So I am also a resident of Lake Mohegan. I live on Lakeshore Drive, right at the corner of Mohegan Avenue and Lakeshore, about half a mile away from the proposed site. I unfortunately was in a pretty bad car accident at this intersection in question 2 days after I moved into our house. So it was before I had a chance to really get the lay of this intersection in particular and how wonky it is, how often cars run the red light on Route 6, and how if you're trying to turn left onto Mohegan to get into the neighborhood or into Taco Bell, you have to wait for several cars to run the red light before you can turn left. Anyway, my young son was in the car. He was 11 months old at the time. Thankfully, everyone walked away. However, I now personally avoid that intersection because I am deathly afraid of it. I know a lot of people don't have the luxury of being able to take a few more minutes to go around it, but I am very, very concerned about teenage drivers going into Taco Bell, having to navigate that intersection. It is not intuitive. I'm worried about distracted drivers trying to put away their drive-through stuff as they're trying to exit that parking lot and then deal with that intersection next. It's a scary intersection, and I really would implore the developer to consider what they can do to further improve the safety of the intersection, because I got in a bad car accident as it is with all these new and fancy improvements. Turning left into there is awful. Turning right, I don't turn right on red onto Mohegan anymore because I can't see well enough. There are more problems with that intersection than just turning red on right out of Mohegan. While I'm on the topic of this intersection, if more than 5 cars are backed up on Mohegan Avenue waiting to turn left onto Route 6, they block the driveway for the learning experience and the credit union and the Taco Bell, in addition to the CVS. This was a very regular occurrence pre-COVID. I'm assuming it will be post-COVID. I would like to hear what the developer has to say about what they can do to get cars in and out of that development if there's more than 5 people waiting for a very long light, I might add, to turn left. On that note, has the developer looked at a separate entrance straight onto Route 6? Is that possible so that people wouldn't have to deal with Mohegan Avenue at all? I'm also representing 373 residents at this point in time who have signed a petition against the drive-through Taco Bell in this location. I will be sending that to the town board in the next few days. So, and they repeat a lot of the concerns that you'll hear tonight. Other questions in terms of people who currently use the CVS parking lot just south of this proposed site. With the traffic, people are cutting through this parking lot. People are using the center turn lane on Route 6 as a passing lane, flying through there when both directions are gridlocked. What can the developer do? What can the town do to prevent that from happening in the future with the increased traffic? And in terms of the increased traffic, I was wondering if the developer can give us hard numbers about a comparable Taco Bell location, what the traffic flow per hour of customers is actually at a Taco Bell in a comparable location, weekdays between 12 noon and 8 p.m., the highest traffic areas, times on our roads, and on weekends between 12 noon and 6 p.m. How many customers per hour are they getting, both walk-in customers and drive-through? How many more customers per hour does the drive-through actually add for comparable Taco Bells as well? Thank you so much to the planning board for the work that you do. And I just really ask you to explore all sides, costs and benefits of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kerr. And I think I speak for the board when we say we're very happy that you and your child are well. And especially we appreciate you speaking for the whole group rather than have 360 some odd people speak at the meeting. It's a big help because then we'd be here till tomorrow. And we look forward to seeing that correspondence. I see a name I haven't seen in a while, Mr. Evan Bray. There he is.
Hi, Rich. How are you doing?
Good, Evan. How are you?
I'm going to start my video, but please don't judge me. Pandemic has not treated my hair well. But so I have a few questions about this application. I just want to make sure I understand it fully. And we have the planning board application for the eating and drinking establishment, which is as of right, and we don't really have a whole lot to say about that, as I understand it. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have 2 special use permits for this Taco Bell as well. One is the drive-through, and the other is for outdoor dining. Is that correct? Meaning there's 2 special use permits, meaning drive-through.
Well, why don't you go to your questions, Evan, and we'll get the
those are the first. That's the first question.
Okay.
Are there 2 special use permits? Because I went back to the last planning packet online that was available, and it only had the drive-through. But then on this meeting, it also had the outdoor dining.
John, do you want to answer that?
Do not have a formal application for the outdoor dining at present. So this application is not considering that. It's considering the drive-through.
Well, that's a little strange to me because the planning agenda literally says outdoor dining on it and mentions nothing about the drive-through. Unless I'm wrong, feel free to correct me.
Drive-throughs are
not
normal. Drive-through are things that we see all the time. When we saw the CVS, it included the drive-through, and there is not an application for a drive-through. The way it's handled in the zoning code, it requires the planning board to approve it specifically, but there's not a singular application for drive-throughs in the way that it's handled in the zoning code. It's not in the special permit section. So
but what's bizarre to me, wait, hold on.
No, Mr. Bray, let Mr. Tegeter finish, please. We don't want to speak over each other.
No, I'm finished.
Respectful, and that's not the way we work here. Thank you.
Well, the last thing I have to say is I stand corrected. We do have the, Robin just texted me, we do have the application for the outdoor. My apologies.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, Mr. Bray.
So there's no special use application for the drive-through, like I believe I saw it in the last meeting packet.
We'll have to look at the last meeting packet. I don't have it in front of me right now.
Okay. So one, we've established there's one special use permit that we're working on for this Taco Bell for outdoor seating. What is the square footage of the outdoor seating? I mean, maybe the applicant might be able to.
Yeah, we'll ask Paul.
I'm not sure what the exact square footage is, but if you give me a second, I could pull it up.
Thank you, sir.
It's essentially it's just a very small area right in front of the restaurant. I believe we show three tables there. I'm just going to check now.
Yeah, it's 3 tables, 4 seats. Yeah, on each.
Just bear with me 1 second.
And while you're looking at that,
About 100
all right, sorry.
basically is what we show. Maybe a little bigger.
Wait, what's the square footage?
It's about 100 square feet is what we show right now.
100 square feet for the outdoor dining okay.
Yeah, and it's really, it's not like a formal patio area. It's just going to be a couple tables in the front of the restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, so my question came because I'm looking at that area, and I apologize. I could share my screen, or maybe you could bring it up on the special use permit application, or at least the drawing that shows that, just to see because we're okay, so what I'm driving at here is we have parking requirements, and at the end of the day, it's what code requires is 50 square feet, a parking space per 50 square feet. I believe that's correct, right?
I could go to the calculation in a second.
Well, I think Mr. Bray's point is, if I could jump the gun, is he wants to know if the square footage for the outdoor dining was included in the parking count. Am I correct?
And the answer is no.
Oh.
It's in the notes.
Okay.
All right, so that was the question. Okay. What else, Mr. Bray?
Well, at the end of the day, it's a special use permit, right? So, I mean, there's a couple questions there, right? Can we limit the square footage that they can use? Because, you look at that, you tell me that's 100 square feet. That's 10 by 10. There's no way you fit four tops in 100 square feet, A. And B, you have this huge patio. And wait, while you have that up, I have a sidebar question. What is that box there? Off the patio, right about where your arrow is there. What is that for?
Where my cursor is pointing, right here?
Just a little bit up and a little baby left, like that.
Oh, this area?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to zoom in here. The patio where we have the three tables, 4 tops.
Yep.
And then if you go all the way to the right, there's a white box there. Like, what is that? What is that?
Oh, that's a landscaped area.
That's, oh, beautiful. So, okay. So the question is it's not a question, I'm trying to assert something, is that the parking requirements for the outdoor seating aren't accounted for in the parking.
And we could work with the planning department to make sure that that calculation is correct. If it should include that square footage, obviously it needs to be accounted for. The site is overparked. I think we have 9 or 10 additional spaces that are what's required. So we could certainly account for that.
Nice. Thank you.
Else you got?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, so what are the questions?
The other question, so we've gone through the 2 special use applications. So it is 2, it's 2 separate? 2 separate.
It's our understanding that it's 1 special use permit for the outdoor dining. As John was saying.
Right. See, that's what's throwing me off.
All right, hang on a second. Let's not talk on top of each other. Let's ask the question. Let's let the applicant answer it so we could move on, so we're not here till midnight talking about what I think we all understand at this point is there's 1 special use, which is the outdoor seating. The applicant is going to look at the parking with the proposed special use permit with the town planner.
Okay.
All right. What else you got?
No, well, but wait, before we move on from, I have the application and it specifically says drive-through on the special use.
Mr. Bray, I don't want to, this isn't a debate about the.
No, understood.
You know, if you have questions, please ask the question. And if you do, we will make sure it's answered.
Okay.
All right.
I think we need to limit the amount of time each speaker has because there are other people that want to speak.
Understood.
If there's
So do you have anything else?
Yes, I do. So there's, in zoning, they also have loading requirements. And bring up the section. Can I share my screen?
No, I don't think we should have other people share the screen. Mr. Bray, is your question in regards to the loading requirements?
The question is there's it's 300-186 off-street loading requirements. And it basically says that for retail and service business establishment, restaurants and other places serving food and beverages, 1 space for the first 4,000 feet of floor area or major portion thereof used for business purposes and 1 additional space, blah, blah, blah. Point is where is the loading area? Like, where are they going to park that Big Mac truck to, like, deliver to the Taco Bell? That's a question.
All right, do you want to answer that, Paul?
Well, first of all, I believe most deliveries are done with a smaller box truck. We did show a loading area on the plan. I'm trying to find it now. But we'll make sure that, you know, that area is denoted on the plan clearly.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. What else you got, Mr. Bray?
What else do I have? I have but hold on. Wait.
All right. So if you have questions, please ask them. This isn't a.
No, understood. It's
all right. Because I see Mr. Copestein wants to speak, and I'm sure there's others. So why don't you regroup? If you have any questions, think about it.
How about you give me I have.
Why don't you put it in writing? Put it in writing and
why don't you get your thoughts together?
I don't want to stand
put
here.
Everything in writing. You are always very good with that in the past, and get it to us so we can get your questions answered.
Put it in writing.
But I haven't had questions answered.
All right. So,
that's why
Mr. Bray, at this point, I'm going to ask you to regroup and think about what you want to ask, and we're going to move on to Mr. Kopstein, okay?
Fair enough. Thank you.
All right, Jay, you're on.
Thank you and good evening again. Very quickly, Mr. Fon, thank you for shutting down the conversation on clientele. There were inappropriate comments. The traffic study that Mr. Dumont mentioned, I believe he said 2018. That's before the current plague. We see what happened at Popeyes and with the Starbucks, both on Route 202. Those drive-throughs are problematic. At the Starbucks, you can't use those two new storefronts because the spots are constantly blocked by people online to get their coffee, and we know what happened with the Popeyes backed out onto Route 202. And Ms. Williams-Kerr mentioned the bi-directional lane on Route 6. That lane is just another fatal accident waiting to happen. It's treacherous. People are using it as passing lanes in both directions, and I don't know how we can address it by adding additional traffic. We need a new traffic study that takes into consideration the current plague. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kopstein. Anybody else? So I'll speak on what we've gotten via email and questions and comments. I can assure you that Mr. Dumont and John Myers, consultant, is going to go through all those. And we're going to get clearly, every time I see a drive-through, I think of John Flynn now, because of the comments he had made at one of the prior meetings. Clearly, drive-throughs are very popular now with the COVID. There have been issues at some of the others, but a lot of those have been resolved. You know, Popeyes was mentioned. Popeyes was, I think, a learning curve for the restaurateur, and I think that's since been resolved. So there's a lot of things that we've heard. We've had a lot of comments. I appreciate people speaking on behalf of a group of people, so that we get the gist of, you know, when you get 300 and something signatures on a piece of paper with all the questions, it's very helpful to us and the board. So we are going to answer those questions, yes. And those, everything that's been asked, we are going to look at. That being said, I think we have no more from the public. Anything else from the board?
No.
John, are we missing anything?
No.
Jim?
No, I just think we should keep the public hearing open.
Keep it open?
Yeah.
We were going to do that anyway, right?
Right, because they have some noticing.
Yeah.
Right. All right, so from everything we've heard, all the questions we have to get answered, do I have a motion to to hold the public meeting open and deal with it at the next meeting?
Motion.
Second.
First by La Scala, second by Mr. Bach. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any of those opposed? And again, to anybody who is watching, please, we've gotten some really constructive emails. Those are very helpful to us. The things that we hear about people going into the daycare and the concerns they have, those help us because we listen to every comment that's made, and we do our best as the applicant will to address all that. Thank you all. All right. That being said, do I have a motion to close the regular portion of the meeting and move into the work session?
So moved.
Second.
First by Kinkart, second by La Scala. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are back in the work session. We have two more items. First is the par 3 golf course. This is a discussion of the site plan. Location is 795 Route 6. We have James on. All right,
yes.
Jim.
How are we doing, guys
Good
and
yourself?
gals? I'm well.
Excellent. How's the gig going?
It's going great. We have Sean Murphy on here as well,
Yeah.
who did
Hey,
the tree
guys.
mitigation plan. Matt Talbert representing the Parks and Rec Commission. Unfortunately, Joe Falcone couldn't make it tonight, and we should have the engineer on here as well.
Okay, you're on.
All right, so you guys asked us to look into the tree mitigation plan. Sean Murphy is on tonight. And Sean, you want to get into what you came up with?
Yeah, the only problem is all my paperwork's in my car, and my car broke down this afternoon.
That's all right.
I can bring you up to pace on what the chart was. Chart was redone, kind of described all the trees that are going to be replanted. They're all marked out. I don't know if everybody has seen it. The site plan so far with the remediation of the trees. Kind of color coded, tell you what trees that we're going to be putting back in there, where we're going to be putting them back in. The schedule I'm putting in has been raised. Some of those trees are going to have to be put in as the golf course is done. So it's a setup for barriers and for protection of the golfers. But pretty much all the trees that are on the site plan will be back where they are, with a few exceptions. Anything else?
If I could ask a question. At the last meeting, it was discussed about do as we say, not as we do, and that the town had no approvals and the work continued. Have we worked any of that out?
With going forward with all the approvals, yeah, with the DEC.
Well, with all the approvals, is this on the town board agenda?
It is on the town board tomorrow. We are going to get the stormwater permit from the town board hopefully tomorrow night in the work session, or at least ask for one.
Well, this is
kind of what we're waiting for.
I thought this board was doing that, to be honest with you.
But John, I can barely hear you.
John believes that we should be doing that here and not at the town board.
We'll figure that out.
All right.
We'll figure that out. And anyway, it's been before the board, and the reason they're back tonight, I'm going to interject a little bit.
Please, John.
They now have a tree mitigation plan that is something that we can look at and evaluate for you. I think I don't know who's going to be talking about the parking plan, but the parking plan is in shape that is very close to the parking requirement. I think it's one parking space off. So that is in a shape that you can sink your teeth into. And I think this is now ready to get back into public hearing mode, and you can start to get finer details now worked out. I think kind of the broad details are in place. And I recommend that you can start moving this forward towards public hearing or reopening the public hearing. I don't recall where we were with that.
Robin, can you let in Paul Revens into the meeting?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
So, do you have anything you want to share on screen, Jim?
I certainly could. Do you want to get in the parking plan, John, or you want to look at the tree mitigation? All right, since
we don't have any drive-through.
Yep. Can you guys see this plan here?
Yep.
This is a plan B, which is probably the plan that we're looking to do most. Paul, I'm not sure if you're there, but this has 49 spaces total. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Evening, Paul.
How are you guys?
Hey, Paul. We're looking at Plan B in the parking plan here. Correct me if I'm wrong. It had 49 spaces, and the original plan had a second space up here. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor.
Yeah.
But you took that out, Paul, to have a more safer one way to come around. That would have been that 50th spot that they were looking for.
Correct.
Now, remember, we have another 50 spaces or so in that parking ride that is north of this map.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, you want to talk more about it, or?
I think that covered everything.
John, do you have any comments?
No, we worked with the applicant to get this in, so the circulation is right. Get some of the dimensions more in keeping with the code, and it came out getting closer to the parking requirements. So, like I said, I think it's ready to get drilled down into its final form. You can put up the tree mitigation plan, talk about that for a minute if you want.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yep. Not sure if you could see this now. It should be shared. So Sean, can you see the screen?
Yes.
The existing trees are which color? They're the clear ones, right?
Yes, the existing trees are the clear. The colors are coded on what types of those trees are, which are on the left-hand side, which I can't see. My eyes aren't that good. But right down there.
Yeah, I don't think
it's for sure. Yeah, so the white clear ones are the ones that are kind of taken out. I'm sorry. Wait a second.
Sean, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to. My eyes are really bad. It's really small.
So I see some are colored red. Looks like some are colored yellow.
Yeah,
green. Blue.
I have your whole mitigation plan. Let me pull that up.
Those are
so you can actually read off of that, because that will say each type of tree that you're looking to put in.
Well, they're different. Yeah, they're different species. That's what the colors are. So.
These are the different species. I'm not sure if you can see this.
Yeah, those are what we'll be planting, which will match up with the site plan. This is kind of on the lower left-hand side, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Yeah, there is a key.
You got your botanical name, you got your common name that we'll be putting in. All 4 to 6 footers, will probably be 4 to 5 footers, to be honest with you. And that's going to be our planting schedule.
What's the total amount of plantings? Over 60? You just said.
Oh yeah. I think we're planting up to what we're planting. Probably, if I'm not mistaken, probably about 20 to 28% more than what we took out. We'll be planting closer to 90.
Great. Just scrolling up the document.
And of course, again, guys, with the remediation and the planting, we're probably going to have to put more as we set it up, because it does have to be kind of planted for a golf course, just not haphazardly. It's got to be planted for the safety of the golfers.
Right. So, John, in respect to public hearing.
Yes.
You think we'll be able to work out the details and get them on?
Yeah, that's
the
right.
idea.
These 2 items, I think, were the last things that we had to get to a certain level. I think they're there enough here to talk about and start to, get it refined down to final form.
All right. So do we want to look to set a date?
That'd be great.
If the board is feeling the same as I am, then for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Robin, when can you get them on?
I think we have 3 next time.
Yeah.
Do we don't have to, do we have to notice it? It's already, I believe the hearing was adjourned.
Yeah, it was already noticed once. Would we have to notice it again?
I don't think so.
No.
It was adjourned. I think you just didn't reopen it.
It was adjourned without a date. How are people going to know?
You can elect to renotice it. There's not a requirement to.
What's the feeling of the board?
If you want to put it in the paper, that has to be May.
Any thoughts?
What's your schedule, guys? Are you looking to open in any capacity this year?
Yeah. Okay.
What month?
Yeah, no, seriously, we're trying to open this as soon as possible. You know, we still have a lot of work out on the golf course. Obviously, you can't open up the clubhouse with all the mounds of dirt, but that's going to be moved in probably the next 2 to 3 weeks. They were talking Memorial Day, which I don't think's reasonable. I'm thinking maybe the 4th of July, the latest, somewhere.
4th of July is certainly more realistic.
So,
you know,
it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, having the public hearing. If you're far enough along, if we scheduled the public hearing for the beginning of May, it shouldn't be a problem. Then we can, you know, theoretically.
If that's the earliest, yeah, if that's the earliest we can get it, then that will work. We'll, you know, we're cruising along now. It's starting to really come together.
Hey, Sean, just for the record, someone told our supervisor that Memorial Day was the date, so he and I had already made plans to tee off. So
we're going to do that no matter what.
No, they better,
just bring the wedge.
Has the tree memo, has your mitigation plan gone to the tree commission?
Not yet.
Okay, so we need to make sure that that's done. I know that previous memos that came back from the tree commission talked about the stream bed and making sure that that area was remediated after the initial work that was done. Is there any progress on that?
Jimmy?
In regards to,
I don't. Did we apply for a permit for something like that? I'm not sure.
We did for the DEC. The question was whether or not we were going to do that with the town, as we before spoke about earlier.
Right.
Yeah, Aaron, can you elaborate a little bit more?
Well, I don't have any of these materials in front of me tonight, so unfortunately I have no easy way of referring to the earlier memos which talked about various steps that could be taken to protect the stream that goes through the property. And that's all parking will take care of itself. I just want to make sure the rest of the site is covered too, you know, that we've got everything in place that we can.
Yeah, the stream is intricate to the health of the whole site, so there's no one that cares more about the health of the stream than the gentleman running the golf course. So if you want to forward along those documents from the tree commission, by all means, I'd like to take another look. And when do they meet? Aaron, do you know offhand?
No, I don't.
Okay. John, do you know
I
offhand?
believe they meet once a month, the third Monday.
The third Monday? Okay.
So this could get to them and still keep you on track if you want to do a hearing in May.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good plan rather than pushing it for our next meeting. You know, this way we get it in the paper. You can address some of the concerns of the tree commission and possibly any others. And if the town wants to give you a wetland permit to operate and continue your work, great. I know that you had been operating under the auspices of that DEC permit, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So that'd be the next meeting would be next Monday, the 19th.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah, I think as many agencies as we can get involved at this between now and next month, you know, it'll give us a stronger record and we can move forward confidently.
Robin, who would I have to reach out to be on that agenda?
We'd have to send your stuff to Bill Kellner. So I can just copy you on my email.
Okay, I'll reach out to Bill.
Jim or Sean, just out of curiosity, does the tree mitigation plan that you have require or suggest any off-site mitigation, or is it all handled right on the site?
It's pretty much all on site. All within the golf course.
Got it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well,
all right. We're missing anything?
So do you want to set a date to bring us back on right now while I have everyone? You said May perhaps?
It's May
3rd.
Yeah, May 10th. So in the meantime, John and Robin are get you in front of the various agencies that need to look at this and hopefully get you going in the right direction.
Great. So I'll put this to be back on May 10th. And thank you all for your time tonight.
Great. Well, good night.
Thank you, board.
Good night, guys.
Good
night, Sean.
Good night.
Thanks for your time, guys.
Take care. All right, last but not least, we have the proposed plan design district overlay zones. This is a town board referral. My Dropbox timed out. I swear it does it each time.
You can download that.
Yeah, I should do that. All right, John, do you want to lead us off on this, please?
I will try. The last we spoke about this, I think we have spoken about before. It's an overlay district right now. What's under consideration is Yorktown Heights and that Lake Osceola area, and it is designed to allow mixed use and some apartments in the Yorktown area, along with all of the other commercial uses that will still remain available under the underlying zoning, because that zoning will remain. This is an overlay. It allows flexibility in terms of bulk requirements, and it also allows the board to provide some additional units if the project is able to be flexible enough that the town is able to lay it out in a way that's advantageous and desirous in terms of what the town is looking for on the various properties within the districts. So, for instance, in the Yorktown Heights and in Osceola, but more in Yorktown Heights, it talks about architecture, and it has some very strong architectural requirements. It talks about unique buildings. It doesn't say historic buildings. It's not saying that they are landmarkable buildings, but certainly that they are of a character that bears some scrutiny in terms of possibly saving them or referencing the type of architectures that is there, things of that nature. So if the developer that's putting forth the proposal works in that vein, then you could allow some additional density. So it is a flexible zone so that you can work in partnership with property owners and developers in making the most optimal layouts and site plans and developments that is possible. And I'm sure everybody has experienced where there's times when a developer can go so far and is not willing and or able to go any further in terms of what's economically feasible because of the limitations on the development. And sometimes that is pure unit count, sometimes it's FAR, sometimes it's governed, or I should say even most times it's governed by the amount of parking you can get on a particular site. So with the flexibility, you can move those things around a little bit in order to be flexible enough to get what's the best for the town and that the developer is able to meet in the middle. Up in Osceola, one of the things that is being offered there is commercial recreation uses. If you look in the comprehensive plan, it does make reference to the lake as a resource that is attractive and that could promote more outdoor uses or recreational uses, which can also be inside. But certainly you think of restaurants, you think of outdoor theaters, you think of, there's a host of commercial recreation uses in our CR zone, which prior to the country commercial zone being enacted and laid around the border of the lake, it was a commercial recreation zone. So if you think of Osceola Beach and things of that nature, I know that I did have a conversation with somebody about a Topgolf and there's maybe one or two properties in that area that would make sense. But that's the kind of thing where it would attract family recreation, leverage the resource of the lake in order to make that happen. And in the meantime, you work with the developer in terms of being flexible with bulk requirements, parking requirements, so on and so forth. That's the 10,000 foot aerial view. And if you have questions, want to drill down on it, by all means.
Rich, I have some comments. I want to first say that a number of people have written to the board and wrote some very detailed commentary on this proposed law, and my comments I prepared before I looked at theirs, but they're similar in many respects. Next thing I wanted to say is that I support the concept of an overlay district in general in terms of giving some very necessary tools to those who plan these things. And in this case, it's an interesting concept because there are really two levels of planning going on. And I think that's some concern to us, or it could be some concern to us as the planning board. But I do support the flexibility idea. I think it's a good one, and I think appropriately used in the right places, as one former councilman used to say, it's a great idea. But some of the things that we should consider in responding back to the town board are the town board's own gatekeeping function that's established in this law. It basically sets up a dual track for an application. So if someone comes in and says, all right, I would like to make use of the flexibility standards provided by the overlay zone, they first must go to the town board, and the town board will make a determination, yes, this property is eligible and should be processed under the overlay zone, or no, it shouldn't, or it should be processed with various conditions that the town board may establish. The law goes on and says how that operates. So there's an initial level of town board review. My first question is, essentially, how does that fit in with what the planning board does? Is there going to be a double seeker process where an environmental analysis is done at the town board level? And then if it's duplicated at our level, are we limited by what the town board finds? There's no restriction on the amount of detail that the town board can get into. And then does that limit our ability to do environmental analysis? So that's a question we need to think about. And I understand what the concept is, and I know it's done in clustering, where the town board also has some sort of a gatekeeping function in clustering before those are applied by us. But I don't know whether their conditions, if they impose them, are then binding on us, if we can vary it further. Once the town board does their job, what do? We just figure out the stormwater measurements and things like that, okay? Or is the town board done with the process at that point? So it's not clear from this law how that interplay works in greater detail, and it could be problematic in implementation, okay? Whether the planning board can then go in and make changes, or are we bound by, the plans that the town board considers? Because this law requires the applicant to make that initial submission to the town board first, and then do they take the same plans back to us? So those are my procedural questions. Then there's some development incentives which I don't quite understand. I understand the density questions and the varying of the building code, underlying zoning regulations, but what does a priority in an application mean? Do they jump to the head of our agenda over and above other applicants who've been, waiting? Do we push people aside? I'm not sure. I think that needs to be clarified. And then the last set of it also allows the planning board to reduce procedural requirements in certain cases. Does that go so far as eliminating certain hearings? Do we have to hold a public informational hearing? I'm not quite sure what that means. I think that needs to be spelled out in greater detail. And I think the last concern I had was before we even get to the extent of the districts, there is a section there which encourages community-based uses for senior citizens, and I wonder why we need that limitation. I think community-based activities should be encouraged. It doesn't have to be limited to senior citizens. There are other segments of the population, like teens, that could use centers and places to gather as well. And anything that's community-based for broad sections of our population should be encouraged rather than just limited it to senior citizens. So those are my procedural questions. The other big question is whether we include the Soundview property in this district in Yorktown Heights. The comprehensive plan did not do so. I believe the comprehensive plan focused on everything on the other side of 118 in the actual business community. So that's more of a policy decision, but I think it's worthy of consideration by us if we go back and make recommendations to the town board. And those are my comments.
Very well thought out comments. I do want to mention too that we got from the HPC, I guess it went to the town board, but they forwarded to us their findings. And then we got another very well written memo from John Flynn. That'll be part of the record. I think you're echoing kind of some of what's in both of these. Any other comments from the board?
I'd just like to, I think first of all, these are my personal opinions, and I think part of what Aaron's saying is probably what I'm feeling. I think it should be up to the town board to draw out, possibly with referrals to other various boards like ourselves. They should draw out the districts that would be considered part of the overlay for each hamlet. Strong proponent for doing this in all 5 of our hamlets, and I've said that for a long time. Beyond that, I think the planning board should be in charge of what goes on after that. I don't think it should be the town board. This is business that we do on a regular basis.
That's right.
We are not political, regardless of what people on both sides of the spectrum will say in the local papers and elsewhere. We are charged with taking a good hard look at each application and its immediate and long-term impacts on the town and the people of the town and the health, safety, and welfare of the town. And we do this on a regular basis. This is how our board operates. It is not how the political elected figures operate on a regular basis. And I think, some things can get lost or overlooked, and I don't say that in a negative sense at all. I just think that, we're familiar with the process, and our board goes past elections and, beyond terms, whether it's a 2-year term or a 4-year term. Many of us stay here and do this for a while. And there's people sitting on our board that, that's the case. So, and hopefully there's some continuity in that regard as well, where we see what's gone on, what's going on, and what we hope to see happen in the future. And we take that into account, and we bring there's something about what we bring to these decision-making processes. So I think as we approach the adoption of legislation, that should really be clarified. And I think it would avoid, parallel track, possible secret issues that can develop and become complicated. I do believe that it's within the town board's purview to take a good hard look at these hamlet areas and say, we are the ones that should be in charge of drawing the line around these areas. And I would like to see us asked what our opinion is. I've offered suggestions and opinions, and some parcels were left out. Some parcels maybe should be left out when we go through this. So I would like to take a good look at the proposed districts and make our contributions to that so that they can make their decisions. But beyond that, I think it's on us as a board. That's my opinion.
Rob, you got anything? Bill?
Well, I tell you, I got to agree with everybody's comments, but you got to realize that we are not unique. There's many towns all over the country adopting these more flexible and overlay, if you want to call it overlay districts. So we're not unique. Mm-hmm. And I think it would be for the benefit of the town if we have something like an overlay district where, you know, our comprehensive plan is ages. It was done at a different time. We need to think now, and we have to think about the future. And I think this is a way to do it. With reservations, I agree with Aaron. And
yeah, Rich, I think I'll just on exactly what Bill said. I mean, I think it's progressive in the way we should be thinking. It needs to be transparent, right? I think of like everything else that we're committed to doing, it needs to be kind of done out in the open. But times have changed, even over just the past year. A lot has changed, and we need to be able to provide that kind of flexibility to take our town into the next decade. And so I'm a fan of it. I do think some of the comments in the correspondence that I read today, we don't want something that's going to create confusion or duplicative efforts or anything like that. So I think it needs to be looked at closely, but I think it's definitely in the right direction.
And it might. Sorry, John.
No, go ahead, Rich.
Oh, please.
I also don't think we should be locked into what was thought of or deliberated, you know, over a decade ago. We live in a different world right now. We're in a time period that most of us have never experienced in our lifetimes in terms of what's going on in our country and the impact of what's going on, you know, all impacts, not the least of which when you're dealing with a municipality, the economic impacts. But, you know, we should be respectful of what's gone on in the past. And certainly, John Tegeter, I thank you once again, as I have before. I think you know, when the time comes, it's going to be a great loss to the town when you decide to move on. But, you know, you, I'm sure, would be the first one to say we're in a lot different situation now than we were as the comprehensive plan was being developed. And that took place, you know, several years before it was adopted. So over the course of several years. So I think we need to, you know, be respectful of what went on back then, but we certainly don't need to be locked into it, and the town board does not need to be locked into it. So from a historical perspective, since we're talking about historical situations, things change, and we should preserve what we can preserve, and we should develop what's best for the town moving forward. So just wanted to make that point.
Just a word to that specific comment that I think was brought up by Aaron and that you were talking about. It is in the comprehensive plan, in the history of the comprehensive plan, of course, there are overlay districts, and they had suggested areas. Yorktown was not one of them at that time. I don't know if Aaron realized that or not. Yorktown Heights was not one of the original areas. The concept was put forth, and some particular areas were put forth. But there is a specific clause that says, as time moves forward, that the town could and should consider other areas that are ripe and prime for overlay districts, given what is happening out in the world. And so I think we're in that situation. So it's fully in the town boards, or I should say it's supported by the comprehensive plan for the town board to look at other areas such as Yorktown Heights.
So how do we formulate a letter to the board, even though we have two members here and they probably get the gist of what we're saying, to outline that? Can you work something up, John, and send it around?
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll collate most of the comments, and then you guys can call that down, and then I can put it into memo form if you want to do it that way. If you're able to do it.
That would be great if anybody start us off.
Is that everybody in agreement with that?
Yeah.
You know, and I keep, you know, I see John Flynn is still on, but I think about that last meeting, and you know, things have changed. I don't know if we're ever going to go back, you know, 100% to where we were, but even with the zoning, there's got to be flexibility. But I agree with you all that I think the town board should, as John said, lay out the areas and let us do what we do.
I think that's a key point.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, so one of the things that will come up in the list that I'll make in the first instance will be to not include the first look from the town board in at least in a certain degree. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. You know, it also helps to avoid accusations of cronyism and all the stuff that you can only imagine is going to go on. So, you know, I don't know. That's how I feel about it.
No, you're right. I mean, just read the paper.
Well, unfortunately, I do.
You know, it is.
Hopefully,
just is what it is.
Yeah, hopefully at some point that kind of stuff will settle down and people will get a better understanding of the process. You know, just because somebody applies for 165 units or 150 units or, you know, it doesn't mean they're getting it. And it is, you know, it's an attempt to put something before the necessary boards, and they're asking permission in most cases. I mean, we have some people that come in and say, this is what we're doing, but and that's not always what they get. But, you know, it's a process. It's a process. They have to understand it's a process. And the first part of it is for somebody to come before any one of the boards and say, this is what we'd like to do. And that, I think, is the whole idea of these overlay things. It gets people thinking about things that would not necessarily be dictated by the code, the existing codes, the underlying codes. And if it's something that we think would work, you know, we didn't invent the wheel. You know, somebody might come up with something bigger and better.
Remember, the suspects will come out against the ham sandwich. So no matter what goes on, you'll always have someone stand up there and say it's wrong, even though they're making up lies and innuendos. So
Willie,
we have to stand on a.
Not kosher, Willie. I have to come out against the ham sandwich.
Do you want to take a position on the scope, the definition, you know, the areas of any of these, or no? I appreciate, you know, I was, you know, working on the comprehensive plan with the chamber, you know, 12 years ago, and it's just kind of, I do know the flexibility was put in there, and I'm glad to see it's finally coming to, you know, to become a reality in town, because we could use it like everyone has said. But do we want to deal with the scope of the districts themselves, or just not comment on it?
I think it'd be great if the town board asked us, what do you think of this?
Right.
Well, they did ask us. We got the whole law in front of us to comment.
Right. You're saying lay out specific reasons for not having or including or not including certain areas?
Yes.
I think we should comment on it if we have an opinion. You know, I think if you want to take a closer look at it and everybody come back to the next meeting and say, I think this should be included, I don't think that should be included, and the reasons why, I'm all for that. And then we can, have a second communication,
And what's your timing on this?
yesterday.
Well, yeah, but the timing is we need to get it right. And I think John brings an excellent idea in, step back, look at it. And I would say, look, if you have a majority consensus, you have a majority consensus. If someone says, hey, you know what, I don't necessarily agree and wanted to submit something, you are all citizens. And you know what, everyone that I could see here serving on this board was picked for their expertise. And, I'm the first one to tell you that you don't need to be the smartest man in the room. You just know you need to know where to find him or her, and that's what we look for. Especially for me, from my point of view of the town board, I look to the experts. I look to you, ladies and gentlemen here, and I really need to hear unfiltered what you're saying. That's why I wanted to be the liaison on this board. So I feel the rest of our board agrees. We all have our separate opinions, and that's a good thing. And hearing the other thoughts is essential for the process. So please give what you can to that.
Thank you.
All right. So let's circulate it. Let's get some opinions on the areas then.
Yeah, I mean, we can, John, as you circulate what you have, we can jump right in and say, what about this piece? What about that piece that maybe wasn't included? And if we have opinions on what was included that we don't think should be included, we can offer that as well.
Good. Agreed.
Good point.
Bill, I think all our feelings are hurt though when you said we weren't special. Oh my God. All right. Is that it?
That's it.
Roxanne, right. Nice job hanging in there. You didn't turn the computer off and leave.
No.
Roxanne,
no, it's a good experience. I'm learning as I go along here with you guys.
Well, welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Hang in there.
No. I will hang in.
Yeah, it's not always this long, and certainly it can be contentious at times, but it's not always that way. You always get.
I find it interesting, some of the comments that come through from the residents of the town. I find that interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting.
And Councilman Patel and Lackerman, I just got to say it again. It's such an absolute pleasure having Dan Ciarcia at the site walks and at the meetings. And, I think you see, just like we got John and Robin here for planning expertise, and we got Jim here for a nice job, Jim, with the detail you went into there on that application. But Dan brings the engineering, and it's kind of really wraps it together. I think it's been a great asset and help. And, walking with Dan on a few of the sites recently, I didn't realize he was the town historian.
Yeah, I found, I find it refreshing that he's on the meeting to begin with.
Oh, yes.
And then when I was up, actually you were there, Rich, so up at the walk at Shrub Oak International School, it was, I know I was multitasking with a few things, but I was listening to Dan's comments and observations, and yeah, it is nice to see someone with not only his knowledge but his historical perspective of Yorktown. There are very few people that I feel have.
I guess I really have been around too long. Historical perspective. I don't know what that says.
Well, Dan, after you, I look to John Tegeter for some of that, but then I go to either like Roger Thompson or Bob Saucier, who I think are both now in their 90s. So that's pretty much the company you're in.
Yeah. Oh, but I think it's a tremendous benefit to the town to have you back in the position that you're in. I mean, there was a handful of people, and literally you could probably count them on one hand, yourself and John Tegeter, both in that group, that know the town, know what's gone on in the town for the past few decades. The infrastructure. I mean, it's just an incredible asset to the town to have you back where you belong.
Nice to work.
Thank you, everyone, for the kind words. We appreciate it.
No, thank you, Dan. All right, guys.
Let's say goodnight.
All right, so do we got to sign off with Tom, Robin?
All right. He left. No, I'm only kidding.
I move.
All right, I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
See you next time.
Thank you.
Guys, bye. Thank you.